Good morning. Good morning and welcome to everyone. We're very happy that there is such interest, huge one, towards the data spaces. I thank you that we're together, and I'm extremely pleased to greet you today with the opening of this first initial event devoted to the data space. It's the first event in Bulgaria, the Data Space Discovery Day, organized by the GATE University of the Sofia University and the International Data Space Association with the support of Overgas, Contract Real Solutions, Telelink, CNCs, Trusts. So we have lots of supporters from the very beginning of these initiatives of the data spaces in Bulgaria. And everyone present here, we all know how valuable data is because we live in economy of data. And this beautiful hall that we're in, there are pictures extremely valuable because they're shared, because they can be seen and people can enjoy them. We're not keeping them in safety boxes. So data is important when we can use it, when it is shared in different contexts, in different events, so that they are of great benefit for all of us as society and for the business as a whole. So forthcoming is a very interesting day full of presentations, discussions, and I do hope that we'll be able to answer some of the important questions, the questions that we're all asking ourselves. What is the data spaces? What is urban data space that we initiate today? How I can become a part of this space? How can I contribute to this space? So with all the discussions and presentations during the day, we're going to address all these issues. And we have not just guests, we have our partners here among us who are going to present some good practices, some good examples about innovative data spaces that are operational in other countries, in Germany, in Finland, in the Netherlands. So you're going to listen to these inspiring presentations, and maybe we can share some ideas to use in the future in order to develop the data spaces in Bulgaria. We're going to have discussions about the social benefits, the business benefits, and at the end of the day, I do hope that you're going to be at least as enthusiastic as we are in order to organize, to create data spaces. So do enjoy this day, do use the opportunities that we're going to provide apart from the interesting discussion topics, the generation of new ideas, new partnerships for the future. So welcome once again, and let us together open the door towards the data spaces in Bulgaria. And now, because by the agenda it was foreseen to have among us the Deputy Minister of Development and Growth, unfortunately he could not attend the conference in person, but anyway he sent to us an address, so we're now going to read it out on his behalf. Republic of Bulgaria, Ministry of Innovation and Growth, to the team of the GATE Institute. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please do accept my most sincere congratulations in regard to the start of the first Bulgarian urban data space. Please let me express my deepest respect towards the team of the GATE Institute of the Klimantokritsky University and the International Data Space Association, thanks to which this event is coming true. I assure you that the Ministry of Innovation and Growth will be a partner of the universities, scientific circles, and technological organizations in the new program period, in which through the Research, Innovation and Digitalization for Smart Transformation Program 2021-2027, our Bulgarian scientists will be able to realize their work in cooperation with Bulgarian and international companies. Over 2 billion Bulgarian levs will be available for scientific research and achievements and their introduction in the real economy. We've never had such a program in Bulgaria yet. It is already sent to be approved, and we expect it is soon to be approved by the European Commission. In very short time, the competitiveness and innovation in enterprises program was also approved. Under this program, almost 3 billion Bulgarian levs will be invested in the Bulgarian economy. The key priorities of this new program are two: innovation and growth and circular economy. We have allocated money for development and research activities. Thus, by the end of 2022 and the first 3 months of 2023, over 5 billion Bulgarian levs will be going to Bulgarian companies only through the Ministry of Innovation and Growth. I'm convinced that good partnership with the academic, scientific circles and technological companies will continue in the future. My respects, Alexander Poulev, Minister of Innovation and Growth. So we have additional motivation to create partnerships and to establish data spaces thanks to the scientific organizations. Now I'm giving the floor to the mayor of Gabrovo, Mrs. Tania Hristova, who is head of the delegation of the regional authorities in the Council of Regions in Brussels. She is also chairing the governing body of the Municipal Network for Energy Efficiency, which is called Eco Energy. So you have the floor. Good morning. Me as a representative of a Bulgarian municipality, I'm thrilled and I feel extremely responsible to be a part of this first initial meeting devoted to an extremely important topic, which is aimed at our extremely ambitious goals and objectives on municipal level in order to turn our towns and cities into efficient spaces where the quality of life, the quality of living, the quality of development of modern business and the opportunities to deliver good social services are an extremely important factor of our modern development. I would like to thank the Gate Institute. I would like to thank everybody who understands that municipalities have their role to play in order to have collaboration between the public, the citizens, and the local authorities. It should be a focus of our efforts. It is proof that it is on municipal, on local level where problems, issues can really be raised, and it is also there when you can find the solutions in regard to the challenges that we're faced with, because we have many challenges that we're faced with today. So we should see the opportunity that on local level in our towns we can realize that there are opportunities for good collaboration. We can see that in this environment these new solutions will be born, will emerge, and they will be efficient and sustainable, and they will be understood by our citizens. What I would like to say as a representative of one of the mayors of Bulgaria, as a representative in the Council of Regions of Europe, the task that we're faced with in our agenda today is to understand how important it is to accept and to work hard on the goal to be the first continent to be climate neutral. And here I would like to say that two Bulgarian cities, one of them is Sofia and the other one is Gabrovo, convinced the European Commission to become the first two Bulgarian cities who faced the ambitious task to achieve climate neutrality, or at least to declare that they are ready to perform all necessary efforts to work in this direction in order to achieve this goal in 2030. This is extremely important, and I strongly believe that this is going to be taken into account by all of you as our partners. It should be supported by the state as well, because we're the pilot territories where we can perform experiments in terms of climate neutrality, and this experiment has to be successful. We all know that we're going through digital transformation, and I would like to share with you what Europe understands, that towns should be developed as smart cities. There shouldn't be a place not aiming to become a smart city. And here the data spaces issues, the link, the sharing are at the core of the opportunities that we're faced with. And I believe we today with this event are going to enrich our ideas and will provide us some new horizons to strive towards. And what Europe wants us to understand is that in this digital transformation, we have to act as an ecosystem, which means we have to be open, we have to be ready to share, and of course, we should have trust for one another, and trust for the fact that what we are going to do is going to be used for the best interest, for the best purpose ever. So if somebody says that there is a place on earth where data is not used, you will probably smile, because data has existed and exchanged all over the world in all times. We're doing this even currently, even now. But if before the data was coming through one channel, going into one direction, we, the authorities, were collecting data, we were processing the data with the idea that were useful for the people and for the business. But the world has changed. The world demands that we have to be more ambitious. We have to respond to the new needs of the new people, of the new businesses. So local authorities cannot be an exception, cannot be excluded. We're this locomotive, this platform that can allow to meet the needed solutions that unite local authorities, businesses and science, and create appropriate models with innovations. This is proved by the business. I think it is time to show that Bulgarian municipalities can be a reliable partner, and Gabrovo and Sofia are brave enough to achieve this and can share their good practices. Otherwise, municipalities, local authorities, city communities, town communities are very different in regards to the stages they have achieved, their transformation, their opening of their databases towards other partners. Some are extremely ambitious and forward. These are the northern countries where it has achieved perfection, excellence. So we should not wonder that in this country democracy and the level of trust towards the institutions is at a very high level. Some of the local authorities are somewhere in the middle. They have started a few years ago, something went wrong, they have slowed down the pace, but still they're exerting efforts. But there are also some who has not even started yet to work in this modern context, but now they realize, they understand that without up-to-date information, without collecting data, without the skill to analyze the data and translate this data into policies, it would be impossible to have good governance. So all of us that are in this category called politicians, and we want to change the world for the better, we have to do all that we can to work in such a way so that the policies based on data are really the policies that succeed to fall into the priorities we have, to reach people and to be understood by people. If we achieve this, I think there is a bright future ahead for a role where we belong. So I don't know what's the place of the Bulgarian municipalities. We're obviously not falling within the first category, but I do wish that what the Minister of Innovation said, I believe they should keep in mind that municipalities, Bulgarian local authorities, should be taken into consideration, and all these new solutions should be tested, created in order to really help improve all the different spheres of living, all the spheres that we're responsible for. And I would also like to mention two more things that are a challenge and that I believe will find their solution soon, because I know that on European level lots of people are working in this regard. The sovereignty of data, first of all, what we can do with the data that we collect and we exchange, we share, who has the right to do this. And in this sense, when analyzing these important issues, we have to do so that Bulgarian and not just Bulgarian municipalities comprehend that this is a tool, an instrument which will enable us to be more successful, to deliver the initiatives on local level that are really of high importance for the quality of living in all its different dimensions. And while we are looking for ways how to implement this in our administrations, keeping in mind the need for serious resources, not only to purchase equipment or to acquire software solutions, what is the bigger challenge is that we need to do so that we follow this path of transformation with our administrations. And last but not least, the databases and the opportunities they provide, they facilitate a lot these challenges, but we have to find a way to overcome the existing lack of trust on the part of us, the politicians and administrators, because we have not succeeded to devote enough time to be together, to communicate, to look for the possibilities that are going to keep us moving forward. And I believe that the data spaces provide such opportunities. I believe that this is a process that will go forward more and more successfully and bravely forward. And last but not least, when you have good partners, when you can dispose of useful information, trustworthy information, then you'll be able to take the most correct and economically efficient solutions and policies. If we succeed in this process to stay together, to keep together, I believe that technologies, data, the opportunities to use them, to analyze them, will help us to do so that our governing, our link with the citizens, with the public, will be authentically approved by what the data and the analysis of data can help us do with our cities, with our towns. And I believe that more and more often we're going to talk about good practices, good examples that are coming from Bulgaria, which give us the certainty that the path we have decided to follow in order to develop is the right one. So I believe this is going to be a valuable step forward in the right direction of decentralization in order to become creators together with our citizens in the development of our towns. So thank you once again for the opportunity to be a part of this important event, and I would like to invite you next year to organize such event in some other Bulgarian towns, not only in Sofia. Of course, Gabrovo will be extremely glad to welcome you warmly, but I think similar events should reach all towns, no matter whether they're big or small, because to be intelligent is not a privilege only of the big ones. It belong to be intelligent is important for those who want to find and open new opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hristova. I'm really glad if we have mayors like this in all cities in Bulgaria. This is when we'll be really successful. Thank you very much for this excellent address that you have delivered. And now let's move forward to the main program today, of main items in our agenda. We're starting with the first session. Lars Nagel from the International Data Space Association, he's the executive director there. He'll present it, and we'll move to English, which is he's someone who believes in data spaces and supports the Bulgarian data space and our efforts. He's been supporting it for years and years. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Sylvia, for the kind introduction. Yeah, well, it could not start better from my perspective. So, what great speeches. Good morning, first of all, from my side. So, I'm really honored to stay here in front of you, in front of such an energetic ecosystem. And well, when we talk about data spaces, it's all about collaborating in ecosystems with a lot of players and a change of mindset, because data spaces is really a paradigm shift. So really to make data economy happen, enlarge the pool of data so that we can do, well, smart things, innovative things, make artificial intelligence happen. And, well, what a great introductory speech by Tania and Sylvia. Well, obviously, all is set. So, well, what is my role here? What is IDSA's role here? Well, maybe we can support and push all of this in the right direction, and we are here to lend a hand. And this is exactly what we want to do with the Data Spaces Discovery Days. We want to bring the experts together because, well, data spaces are a complex topic, but we can do it. We can make it happen. And we need the motivation, and obviously the motivation is there. So, and it touches not only business. So although it's in the subtitle of our event here, it touches everyone. It touches us as consumers, as citizens, as part of organizations and companies. So this is really a big thing, and it will make our life dramatically better. More data sharing is always better. So let's think of some things if we want to make these data spaces all over Bulgaria and all over Europe and all over the world happen. It's complex. So I'm not here to say, well, it's easy, out of the box, you can do it, roll it out tomorrow, and then you're done. It's a holistic challenge, and there are a lot of technical complexities, legal uncertainties, and a lot of undiscovered business benefits. But this is exactly the beauty. And we are here from International Data Spaces Association with all our friends and partners to resolve all these problems for you and make data spaces happen. And let's start small. Yeah? So start in a small city, start in a country, start in a region, start in a group of companies, and then let it grow. This is the beauty of data spaces. It works in a small ecosystem, but it works in a federated, open, global data value creating network. So therefore, we've come up with this idea of a spiral. So it's not like, okay, you kick off a data space and then it's there and forever. No, it's a continuous improvement process. It will grow. You will adhere new partners to this ecosystem. You will learn. You will add new usage scenarios to it. And therefore, we always have this spiral. So you need to know, okay, let's set up the first functional shape, then run the data space, and then expand. And then add more and more functionalities. And how this works, you will learn about it today. You will get a lot of inspiration. And then we all can make this path from conventional data sharing to really federated data sharing ecosystem. Well, that is exactly what data spaces are. And this is also, we also must make a fitness program for a country, for a nation, even for Europe, so that the whole society, all the companies, all the ecosystems are ready to go for federated data sharing ecosystems. If we have a look at today's world, also on a global scale, most of the countries are somewhere here. And we need to set up a lot of capabilities in order to move really to a comprehensive trust framework with extended, intensive data sharing. I would like to highlight here that it's really an ecosystem thing. So when we talk about data spaces, just as an example, you need component developers. You need those who run the data space endeavor. So did you think of, okay, who will at the end run it? Who will be like the person who takes the phone if you have a problem with your data space? Well, or are there many people to take up the phone? I don't know. So, and there are a lot more data space participants and a lot of service providers that need to make it happen, which also means that there are a lot of business opportunities. So therefore, you are not alone. Yeah, it's a team play when we talk about data spaces. What we can bring from IDSA, and some of the people are here in the room, there are a lot of data space experts out there. And as mentioned before, it's a holistic challenge. So we need legal experts, business experts, technical experts, and we call them implementation partners. And there's already a group of people, so 18 currently, that are very, very familiar with the topic of data spaces and what we are doing in IDSA. You can get in touch with them, with us, without us. However, there are people out there who can support. But there's even more. So when we talk about data spaces, I said like, oh, okay, it will not be rolled out like tomorrow. This is everything that you need to think of when you want to build a data space. So there are a lot of building blocks that you need to bring in place. So you need to make a check mark on interoperability. You have to insert trust in the ecosystem. You need to come up with mechanisms for data value creation. And you need to think of the government, so contract, templates, organizational structures, continuity models. So this is, see it as a checklist. And, well, how does all of this relate, work together, and, well, where are the options out there? Well, you do not have to take care of that. That is what non-profit organizations like IDSA, like GaiaX, like Fireware, BDVA, iShare, MyData. So there are a lot of these organizations all over Europe. That is our job. We take care that this is all a perfect fit, that it works. You can rely on it. We provide the cookbook, and you just need to choose the best recipe for you so that you can really cook a nice, delicious menu, right? And you see here, if you are familiar with all the different technologies and organizations, we have made sure that it's a fit and that it works. How it works, we have all the different sessions today, and you will learn a lot more. I did not change this picture. I just want to display it. You can get lost in Europe when we're talking about data spaces. There are a lot of organizations. This is here. Well, the message here is we are teaming up and we come up with one common framework that you can use so that you don't need to bother about, well, what software infrastructure? Is there hardware infrastructure? Yeah? Like, think of data spaces as mobile communication. You can phone, I can phone Sylvia, and I don't know if she's in Spain or in Bulgaria. It just works. Yeah? And it's the same with the soft infrastructure for data spaces. Yeah? You don't have to bother, just share data. That must be the goal at the end. And, well, Europe is doing a lot to confuse all of us. They say they regulate a lot, so we have the Data Act, Data Governance Act, AI Act. So let's see, at the end it will help. Currently, we need to really shed a light on it, what that really means. The Commission has set up the Data Spaces Support Center, which is a group of knowledgeable organizations. We are part of it, some of the colleagues in the room as well. That gives support to everyone who wants to build a data space. It's a go-to place. You can call us there, and the Data Spaces Support Center takes care for a blueprint so that what we are doing here in Bulgaria, obviously now, and in other countries really happens in large scale in Europe. Let me add some remarks on IDSA and a little bit the technology behind data spaces, because Data space is definitely a paradigm shift, and it's a socio-economic thing. But at the end, it's a little bit like the better internet. Yeah? So we know that the internet works. It works well for HTML pages. But if you really want to share valuable data sets, so about your health status, about a CAD drawing from your company, which might be worth millions, would you share it via the internet? Probably not, right? So therefore, we need something new. And therefore, we need to talk about really trust and trustworthy data sharing. And therefore, we need to build up a trust framework that we call data spaces. And we are all talking about data economy. Well, what does that mean, data economy? So I want to share data. Okay, secure end-to-end data exchange. So make sure that the data does not get lost. Okay, from the very beginning to the very consumer. So you need to know everyone in this chain, in this network, is trusted. How to make that sure, for example, with digital identities. Okay, we need to share as many data sets as possible. So therefore, we need to respect the FAIR principles: findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. Yeah, if you have a data set and no one can reuse it, well, okay, then it does not make any sense. And, well, if you share data with me and I don't understand how you describe your data, the data model, it doesn't make sense. So we have to talk about data models. And then maybe, well, you need to do something with the data, like artificial intelligence. So we need to find mechanisms to process data in a federated environment. Yeah, so federated machine learning is a thing. How can we make it work on this new internet? And then we all say, like, business. Yeah, okay, we want to monetize data. Okay, what are the usage constraints? What are the obligations? So if you use my data set, then you may only do it on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and only after midnight or whatever. So how can we attach these usage policies to data while data is traveling through the whole network? We have to resolve this. And the good news is it can be done. And this is what we are doing. So we obviously need to think about this network of data endpoints, which is a data space, and therefore this central element in the internet, it's the browser. In the better internet data spaces, it's a connector. And this is what we take care of. And a browser, so what can you do in the browser? You can display something, you can read and consume something. Yeah, well, the same with this software component, the connector. So there are a lot of functionalities. You cannot read it, and it's meant like that, yeah? So it's, I just want to show, like, okay, there are certain features that can be done. As I mentioned before, publish and query, digital identities, audit logging, contract negotiation. This is what we need to do when we talk about data economy and creating value. And yeah, this is what we take care of. And the good news is, well, this is what happens if interoperability doesn't work. Yeah, so tables look crazy. Yeah? So, the good news is there are a lot of solutions out there, and we as IDSA we define the neutral baseline for these components like connectors. But you can have your choice on the market. And currently there are already 16 data connectors out there that you can make use of for different usage scenarios, different maturity levels. And what I want to announce here today is we will come up with a monthly data connector report to shed a light, to give visibility and transparency what's going on there. You might have heard about the big endeavors like the Eclipse Data Space Connector or the True Connector based on the FiWare ecosystem or the Great Connector from TNO in the Netherlands. There are a lot others joining them, and we know that the world is colorful, so we need to have choices. We as IDSA, we make sure that all of these components are really interoperable and stay interoperable. This is why we have a certification scheme where you can rely on when you build your data space. And all the crazy details can be read in our reference architecture model version 4. It's completely online, so just scan the QR code and have a deep dive. So not all of you need to read that. There are all the experts here that can help if you want to have some inspiration. This is here. Well, I need to come to an end, and this is a little bit the storyline. So What are we doing here with our ecosystem in International Data Spaces Association, with all the great European and global partners? We want to bring data spaces from concept to reality. We have been doing this since over 7 years now, once when people did not know what data spaces are. Now I have the strong feeling that obviously the message has arrived. And it is for me so great to hear that people are in a mid-sized town in Bulgaria start building data spaces. Well, what a great success. Yeah? And we have built the foundation, we have formulated the standard, the conformity assessment, and so on. We have even made proof points. So we have data spaces that are an inspiration, which are running out there. So I'm so happy that Michael Schäfer from Mobility Data Space is here today. So this is like a trailblazer in Europe. Yeah? So it is working, it's real. Yeah? Have a coffee with him and discuss. But there are also others, Smart Connected Supply Network in the Netherlands. We will hear more about later on. And obviously, this has led to a convergence process in Europe so that we really can speak of data spaces as part of the European data strategy, the core anchor. But this is not the end. We are all living in global ecosystems. So you cannot say like it's a European data space and what if there's a company in Japan or in the US or in Africa, we cannot stop at the border. That is why we are the International Data Spaces Association. We also make sure that everything that I said ends up in global standardization and is aligned also with other big markets on the globe. So I'm really intrigued by the idea of data spaces. I'm preaching for data spaces since years. I'm really convinced. I think this will be a bright future. It will make our lives dramatically better, as mentioned in my initial statement. It will not be easy, definitely not, but it will be definitely worth it. So therefore, join us as data space pioneers. Let's make data spaces happen. Obviously, you have trailblazed a lot here in Bulgaria, and I'm really happy to support that wherever I can and we as an organization. Thanks a lot, and let's have a lot of discussions today so that tonight we all go to bed and say, okay, this is a great thing, let's make it happen. Thanks a lot, and now let's move on with the rest of the program. Thanks. I'm happy to introduce my dear colleague, Christoph Mertens. He's head of adoption in IDSA, and well, he must make all of this happen, and you need to support him. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Lars. No pressure. Yeah. Yeah. So hello, welcome from my side. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you also for the invitation and making this happen. Basically, I was blessed now with a challenge to explain you what data spaces are in 10 minutes, and let me already admit this is really impossible. I also will not do it. We have the entire day to be in discussions on different ends. We have great examples, mobility data space. We have experts with us on the technical aspects, on the governance aspects, on the legal aspects. So let's take the day to basically discuss what data spaces are also for you. What I would like to do is maybe creating the right mindset for all of us to be open for these discussions. Yeah? So, and I want to start this with a small experiment. I would like to ask you to close your eyes for a second and imagine a marketplace. And I'm not talking about Amazon or any digital marketplace. I'm really talking about a marketplace where you go, where you shop. Yeah? Close your eyes, imagine the people, the booths, the products, the smell, the noise. Yeah? If you have the picture, you can reopen your eyes. Yeah? And please, hands up to imagine the marketplace like this. Great. So some people. This marketplace here is a marketplace in Tokyo, which sells many goods from the Japanese market, like kimonos and little religious items and you name it, yeah? Specific smell, very crowded, very specific mindset also. Yeah? And I saw some hands going up, that's great. So obviously we have some connection here, but not all hands went up. So what you will also, and now let me start talking a little bit about data spaces and how this relates to data spaces. The challenge is, if we today have a look at the mobility data space, this is one example of how a data space could look like. Yeah? It maybe has a specific color scheme, like red, and the writings are very specific, yeah? The products are very specific, the price range is specific, yeah? And maybe this is not what you would imagine for yourself, for your own domain, for your own needs, how a data space should look like, which is fine. Yeah? So there are many, many different kinds of marketplaces, and I guess if we would make the round here, we would have all kinds of different ideas, what products would be, and so on and so forth. So the challenge really is, how can you approach this topic? Yeah? If it's not from concrete examples that we find here in the radar, for instance, yeah, with more than 70 examples of data spaces and also specific use cases, so one little booth on the market, yeah, that's a use case in data spaces. If this is not the right way to approach it, what is it then? Yeah? It's really basically not possible to find the right way. It depends on what you would expect, what your expertise is. So are you coming from a technical background? Are you coming from usage scenarios? Yeah? So you will have to find your very own way into this. And with partners like Gate, we have also guides through this. Lars showed a slide with many logos, yeah, almost 20 partners who are experts on the technical aspects, the legal aspects, who help you to find your way into this topic and start defining also what your role in such an ecosystem that is vibrant and a living thing is. So are you one of the people that just browse through the different products and want to shop something? Or are you owner of a booth selling one specific product? Are you one of the companies that maintains the booths and builds it? Yeah? All these different roles that exist in such an ecosystem also exist in data spaces. And it's up to you to find your specific role here. And like I said, partners are here today also to help you to find the right way into it. The IDSA part of this that I also used for a couple of years to try to explain what data spaces are, really does not do the job. Yeah? So the vibrant picture of the market that we saw earlier, a few seconds ago, is basically what I want data spaces to be. Yeah? Tons of data, many different smells, many different kinds of products. This is how I would imagine a data space. What you see here is basically an empty market. Yeah? Empty booths, no products, no one shouting what they sell, no one buying anything. So this is the raw framework of things. And it's really important to have that, because even though we here a few minutes ago had different ideas about what a marketplace is, I think there are commonalities in there. So we all could agree there is some sort of booth where you display your data, your products. Yeah? There are little signs that tell you what it costs. Yeah? There are people caring about getting the money for the product, yeah? So doing this exchange. These are all commonalities, and I think with this unliving picture, we have a good way to also, from the technical side, start into this story of what data spaces are, which of course lacks of this vitality and this energy that you really would like to feel in data spaces. But here also we have these great examples like mobility data space and others to get into it. Just a quick idea about what are these commonalities in terms of data spaces, and I don't go here into the details, but also from what kind of functionality would you expect here besides having data providers and data consumers. We all agree that it must be possible to search and discover data endpoints. Yeah? This is basically what we have at the upper left part with the metadata broker. We also want to be able, here at the lower left side, to discover applications. So data itself is interesting, but not sufficient. You want to do things with data, so you need applications. Yeah? And also a booth where you display different kinds of applications. We also need vocabularies. So semantics plays a huge role in the way we exchange data. You have to be able to get in communication with each other to describe what is it that you're offering, how does it look, how do you describe it, what is the price, what is the color. So this is the vocabulary provider where you can display the way of describing your data sets in such an ecosystem. And more on the serious side is identity provider. Yeah? So there is no anonymous data exchange in these data spaces. So everyone has an ID that also ensures that if you want to exchange data with one specific company, you can be sure this is the company and not someone else who pretends to be this company. And also, last but not least, the clearinghouse, which is a transaction log. So if you go into an interaction with someone who consumes your data, or vice versa, you consume data of someone else, you want to have this transaction log of who exchanged what sort of data with whom, just to be sure there's no claiming, I never received your data, and things like that. Also works perfectly well for pay-per-use, 5 times received, 5 times to be paid. Yeah? This is the basic infrastructure of a data space, but like I said, it's really a dead thing if you have a look at it like this. And it's up to us as a community here in a specific country, in a city, from a different domain, to make it a vital thing. Yeah? And first we have to do these boring things of building the booths, deciding what color it should be, the different governance rules that have to be in place and be enforced in such an ecosystem before we can have this vital market place, this vital data space, because otherwise, if we don't agree on the commonalities, it will be quite messy. So here we have a good starting point from the more technical view. IDSA itself is taking the role of defining this. So Lars also displayed the reference architecture in version 4.0 that can be read already. And we have a very structured process to come to the next iteration and the next iteration, because we always have to improve also this framework idea here, this architecture idea. And from the architecture itself, you go into specific specifications for the different components that I introduced to you. But with specifications, reference architecture, it's not inspiring. It's just a picture, so we need living items. These booths have to be put somewhere, and this is why we have a test bed where you also, from your perspective, if you build a connector, can go to and see if it's interoperable with the general idea of a data space. Yeah? Also important then afterwards is the rulebook. I talked about governance. Yeah? This is also a very important part. The technical answer to what a data space is really not enough. So governance and legal aspects are described here in this rulebook. And then finally we have the certification as final proof of trust for each component that is operated in this ecosystem. So you really can be sure everything is in place. Yeah? And this basically is what we reiterate all the time, over and over again. So you could think about it as a circle that turns and turns circles. Yeah? It is not worth anything, like I said. It's just a framework if it's not used. So we need these examples, and we need the adoption of this reference architecture and all the different aspects to create the real data spaces and to create the real picture about what it is, and hopefully find the right message for your specific domain, for a smart city approach, for mobility, and so on and so forth. And this still is not enough. So what IDSA also is doing is we get the feedback from these domains that really build data spaces that are a vibrant thing. And with this feedback, we improve the standard. And this is how we reiterate the different versions of what we do. And with this, my time is over. So Lars, I hand back to you. And I really just can ask you to start your journey on this with us today. I think you did a great step by just coming here. I'm looking forward to our discussions. And thanks for having us here.
Thank you, Christoph, also for planting this nice image of the marketplace in our brains. Well, one thing that came to my mind is we are doing something with data spaces here, especially we from IDSA, which at the end will be invisible. So why does a marketplace work? Well, because it has become part of our cultural habit that we know how a marketplace works. And why can I call Sylvia while she's in Sofia or in Barcelona? Well, because the GSM network just works. I don't know how it works. It's just there, and I rely on it. The same with the marketplace. I go there, I have money, I know I can buy something, I know how it works. I don't have to sign a contract when I buy something, yeah? But this has happened. So therefore, at the end, a data space will be there like a marketplace. You just go there and find what you want to have. Yeah? So therefore, we need to do a bit before we reach that, but we are on a journey. And then at the end, we have a vibrant ecosystem where you have fun, and that well, makes your life dramatically better, as mentioned. And therefore, what could be a better place than a city for something like this? Yeah, so we know how a city works. We are living in a city, so well, let's start there. And this is why I'm so happy that we have this focus on cities, on urban data space, on mobility, so because you immediately see the value behind. And someone who can give us a lot of inspiration and ideas how this works and how this can be done is Fritz Rettberg from the city of Dortmund. He's the Chief Information and Innovation Officer. He also runs the project office Smart City of the city of Dortmund. And yeah, well, he's obviously, so qua definitionem, the best person for that, because Dortmund is the European capital of innovation. And he's the Chief Innovation Officer of this city. So he's the most innovative person in Europe, obviously. I don't know if this is a right storyline, but he has great things to tell. So therefore, I'm so happy to ask Fritz Rettberg to the stage and let us know more about the challenges of urban data handling. I'm so happy to have you here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Lars. Unfortunately, I'm not the most innovative person in Europe. Otherwise, I wouldn't work at a city. So I wanted to talk about smart city and the challenges of urban data handling, and maybe give you kind of a glimpse what cities are thinking about when it comes to the question how to work with data, how to utilize data, and what to do in the future when we all want to be these smart cities. So first of all, just to give you an insight what and where Dortmund is, we are here in the western part of Germany, in the Ruhr region. Dortmund has about 600,000 inhabitants. The Ruhr region has about 4.5 million inhabitants, with more than 50 cities, bigger and smaller ones. Dortmund is the biggest one in this area, and as Lars said, we are really honored to be the European capital of innovation, and we were awarded by our approach that is called innovation next door. So our approach in Dortmund is to do innovation with and for the people living in the city. And sometimes that makes it a bit difficult because you have so many people with several experiences and ideas of what a city should look like. And the idea is to work together with the people living in the city, with the institutions, with academia and so on, and to build the Dortmund of the future. What we always tell the people is everything that can be digitized will be digitized. Also in our city. And what we need is a kind of trust-building initiative that the people lose their anxiety about the digitization in the future. And I think a trust framework like data spaces could help in this area. So digital transformation in cities is not the same as digital transformation in a company. For us, it is a kind of a continuous process without a specific goal. I do not know the future. I do not know how Dortmund will look like in 10 or 20 years. Our task is to build future-ready processes, to build a mindset that is able to deal with the challenges that are coming and that is able to design and work out the transformation process in our city. For us, it's not about technology, it's about the citizens. I like if there are autonomous cars or drones and things blinking and all that stuff, but there has to be a use case that helps the people. And that is one of our main tasks as a city, and the question, how can we as a city or municipality manage to provide a better service? That requires different things. That requires collaboration of different divisions and players. We need a partner ecosystem. So a city is not able to build a smart city on its own. We need the people in the city, we need institutions, we need companies, we need technical solutions brought to us by, for example, Fraunhofer or IDSA or whatever. We need people-private public partnerships, we need horizontal budgets, and we need platforms. And that means not only the data platforms, we need analog and physical and digital platforms. So a city itself or a marketplace itself is already a kind of a platform because it is connecting people, it is having processes, it's having an own economy and all that stuff. So I said I do not know the future, but if you don't know where you're going, you'll end someplace else. So you have to define at least the kind of guardrails for what your smart city is and what you tell the people the smart city should be. So for us, our city is smart as it connects people and digital technologies via an intelligent process. And the focus is on the process, not on the technology. It's about to implement good and efficient processes within our city to maintain and improve the quality of life and the environment, to secure and strengthen our business location and to improve the efficiency and proximity to citizens of our city administration. So first of all, we founded our analog platform. It is a so-called Smart City Alliance of Dortmund, founded in 2016. We started with about 100 participants from the civil society, from business academia, politics, and so on. We made a close cooperation with the project Northbound because we said, if we are talking about smart city, people should know what it is about. They have to get something into their hands and touch it and feel a smart city. If we are all doing in the background and all doing in the digital world and people do not know what the use cases are, what it is to live in a smart city, then we won't have any acceptance for it. So there was a connection to this. Sure. To the city development project Northbound that is focusing on the northern part of Dortmund, where it is more industrial, a bit the poorer parts of the city, but a lot to develop. And we built teams of experts to develop several pilots in that area, and the city provides the municipal infrastructure for pilot projects when it comes to smart city. Our current status is there are 30 pilot projects we carried out in the past. We applied for about 30 million euro funding with about 150 partners, and now we are relaunching it. We are developing a smart city strategy. We are talking about the implementation of a data platform, of the utilization of our data spaces and all that stuff. And we are focusing on, in the end, 12 fields of action. And what it's about today is the field of action of data and platforms that is connecting all these other spaces or areas where we are working in. So our idea is that when it comes to transformation, then what counts is on the pitch as a city and not in the stands. So we have to work on our own transformation. So in Dortmund, transformation is more or less within our DNA because we are an old industrial place that struggled in the 1960s and 70s to the oil and not the oil crisis we have today, the oil and gas crisis, to the steel and coal crisis. And we developed our city from two pillars that we had in the 1960s, that was coal and steel, and maybe a third pillar was beer brewing. We developed to several pillars like IT, like services, like logistics, microtech, healthcare, and all that stuff. We have a scene in our city, and we try to have a kind of an overall transformation process that now brings us from this state into a smart city together with our partners. So therefore we carried out several technology projects to gain experience in several fields. But these are all, let's say, standalone projects. We learned, for example, how to integrate charging infrastructure into lampposts. We learned how to build urban resilience when it comes to climate change and all that stuff. We learned how to design an integrated heating network for our district supply. We learned about how to get a city center emission-free by fostering e-mobility, by fostering bikes and so on. We also learned how to integrate transport infrastructure, intelligent infrastructure into network into a city. We learned about, let's say, the first steps into a kind of a platform or the connection of data spaces is to connect parking and charging for e-cars, for example, because it doesn't make sense if you have only the information that a car is charging. So the information for that you get out of the back end of the charging infrastructure provider. But you do not know if there is a free charging station for an electric car if there's not parking in a combustion engine car on the same space. So that was the first steps to connect data spaces from space and the electricity system to provide information to people if the charging space really is free or if it's not. We learned about 5G infrastructures and artificial intelligence and all that stuff, but in the end, all these projects and all these learnings were silos. And so we said we need kind of connection and we need kind of platforms. And so in the second step, after our analog platform of a cooperation network, we started to think about the physical platforms. And we chosen the so-called humble lamppost. There, you might all know, there are up to 90 million lampposts in Europe. They are all quite old, and they are all more or less able to be converted to LED. But what we did is to say this infrastructure is an important public asset. We can do several things on that. We can integrate sensors. We can use it for connectivity in a hyperlocal area. We can improve our public Wi-Fi. We can spot the public space and spot the troubles in public space. It is an asset for the 5G and LoRaWAN rollout and all that stuff, and the integration of charging infrastructure. So we found a kind of one physical platform where we tried to connect the technologies in the end. But still we weren't able to connect data. So we have the sensors that are showing us if we have a soccer match in Dortmund, if fans from other clubs are working this or that way. But we do not use it in combination, for example, with traffic, with weather, or whatever else. So it's still a platform that allows to implement several technologies, but it's still not the combination of data and utilizing data in a sense of information for the people that are living in the city or walking through the city. So what we also learned is that Clive Humby is not right. Clive Humby said data is the new oil. So we gathered a lot of data, but we do not know what to do with it. So just having data is just having crude oil. So data is a new crude oil. That I can understand. But what we have to do is to overcome all our data silos to gain information that helps to improve the life of the citizens in our city. And we have good working systems. So our energy system is working quite good in German cities. The system that is managing the public space is working more or less. The mobility system is working, but what we do not have, and there are use cases in each system as well, but what we do not have is the connection of that is improving the information and that is utilizing data in a sense of making the life easier in a city. So, and therefore, we need to overcome the data silos and to integrate a platform based on data spaces. In the end, these are more or less data spaces, but we need a connection how to utilize the data. The problem a European city should have when it comes to platforms, and that makes it quite complicated and complex, is, as you all might know, there are billions of transactions processed daily via platforms like Amazon or whatever. But the problem is that control over those platforms leads to economic and political power. And that is a question of sovereignty of the cities. When we want to focus on public welfare, on public services, on better lives in a city, we cannot hand over the platforms and the control of the platforms to private institutions. That's one of our main problems. The power of these platforms is fed by network effects, that's for sure. They are all working together, kind of a monopolism. So because the more people on the platform, the more useful it is. And that makes the power of the big platforms. And maybe you have heard that Toronto was selling a whole area of the city to Google. It didn't work out really well. So, and that is something that European cities are thinking about, how to deal with this problem of platform economy and how to make it happen that the platform stays, or the data stays under municipal control. Therefore, we as a city of Dortmund, we gave ourselves a kind of an ethical compass when it comes to data usage or to platforms. And it's quite easy. These are the values that unite the European cities. It's equality. So when we are integrating intelligent systems, all citizens have to have the equal rights in decisions about serving public interest. All have to be treated equally and not discriminated against. It is about inclusion. The participation of minorities, even in the digital world, must continue in decision making. It is about freedom of choice. So as a city, we have to deal with people that will say us, at least in 10 or 20 years, even in 10 or 20 years, we do not want to use the digital area to work with you as a city. We are analog. We do not trust the digital system. We are working on the trust to make this a kind of minority, but we still have to deal with them. Amazon or Zalando or whatever, they can say we are only interested in consumers from 20 years to 40 years. A city is not able to do that. We have to take care of all the people living in a city. And that means that the intelligent systems need to expand the people's choices rather than limiting them. And we have to focus on public service and public welfare. It's not about revenues in the end. In the end, it is about public welfare in our cities, how to provide public services in our cities that enhance the quality of life within our cities. So what we need when it comes to IT infrastructure or whatever is a democracy by design. So our requirements are that there have to be separate roles of the actors on one platform, that we have to ensure the interoperability between platforms. So if we as a city decide to use whatever solution, we have to take care that other players in the city can connect their solution to ours. So we need open interfaces, we need standards that make us able to connect to other platforms. The platform or the system should not be owned by one, especially not by a private institution. it should be owned by the users. And at least if it's not possible to have a share of all 600,000 people in Dortmund on this platform, we need a kind of cooperative business or public ownership. And that is what we are doing in Dortmund. We have founded a public or a city-owned company that will deal with the terms of data utilization in the future. And that's not easy, I know, and I'm not sure if that will work to decentralize platforms, to avoid a kind of a central operator. So that is more or less a theoretical requirement. But the first three, that are quite hard requirements for us in the city. We need transparency by algorithm. So people will not understand what the digital solutions are doing. As Lars said, he doesn't understand, and me either, what the GSM is doing. So, but we need to build trust, and we need to build a kind of transparency that ensures that algorithms treat the people fairly, that people, even if they are not IT experts, understand what happens within the algorithm. They have to understand the logic of it. They do not have to know how to program it or how to work with it and all that stuff, but they have to understand what happens in the back end of our systems. And that means we have to reduce the complexity of algorithm when it works. We have to reduce the knowledge deficit and to build trust into these solutions. We have to use open algorithms that could be audited by people, by institutions and whatever. And we have to be careful when we are using predictive algorithms. Next thing is ethics by data usage. We need a kind of a fair enforcement of intellectual property rights. I can understand if when people say, I'm delivering data that is worth something, that makes sense, that you can use within your city, I want to have a kind of a refund. That doesn't have to be money when we're talking about a city. It could be free entrance into swimming pools, into zoos, or whatever, or a dinner with the Lord Mayor if it's a really cool data. So we have to tell the people that we are minimizing the data collection and maximizing the data, the purpose. I know that we all say the more data, the better. But for us as a city, we always have to argue that we are not Google, that we are collecting data with a purpose. And that is what we have to tell the people and where we have to convince the people that we are doing it. That means the definition of data's purpose is upfront the data collection and not the other way around for us as a city. And we need a kind of an Hippocratic oath for the IT. That means a kind of definition of ethical principles and code of conduct as a kind of moral guidelines when we are talking about public data and handling data in our cities. So for us, in the end, it's a quite simple display, but for us, in the end, it means that we need a solution that provides horizontal services out of our several data spaces in order to give people information, to build use cases that help to make the life easier in our city. The requirements for such a data hub, we call it, is that we have to safeguard the data sovereignty and the municipal influence, that we have to ensure the provision of services of general interest and public welfare. That's what a city is about. It's about what the people want to look the city like, not what the politicians do or we as administration or companies or whatever. We need a kind of a continuous process from data generation to data provision, and this process has to be transparent. We need traceable and secure data. We have to deliver a kind of a fair data use approach. That's very important. We know that we have to adjust our regulatory framework, and we know that we have to work to enhance the acceptance by citizens, but we are sure that we can do it via a trustworthy framework. And that's what it's about. And as I said before, in Dortmund, we founded the so-called DoData. It's a city-owned company that should carry out the operation and the providing of this smart city data in the future. Yeah, so at the end, I'd like to quote our federal president of Germany, because I think it was quite good what he said, because it mirrors the intention of cities. We are not focusing on digitization as an end in itself. It's not about the digitization of the democracy in the end. It is about the democratization of the digital world that we are living in the future. We have to be able to transport our European values in the city into this digital future. Otherwise, there won't be trust, there won't be acceptance by the people living in our towns. Yeah, and at the end, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and just another quote, the race driver Mario Andretti once said, when things seem to be under control, you are just not fast enough. So by all the complexity I was talking about, we still have to act now. We cannot afford to wait any longer, any more 10 years or whatever. We have to try out now how these digital solutions might work. We have to have the trust in ourselves that we are allowed to make mistakes, but that we will build the kind of a digital future in our cities. And even if not anything is under control, we just have to start. And I'm very happy that one of the starting points is now here. And I'm happy to learn a lot about how you are using and utilizing data in the future here. Thank you so much.
Well, what a great presentation, how inspiring, and well, I think you can learn a lot from that. One of our board members says he's from the health domain, and he's referring to the complexity of data spaces. So with the health domain, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. I would say this rather holds true for the urban data spaces and the cities. Because what we've learned so far is a city is a perfect data space. So all players are on board, all domains are touched, it's public data, private data, it's everything in there. So if you can make it there, you can make it everywhere. Hopefully, we will learn it in Bulgaria. And last year when I was concluding the IDSA summit in the summer, I said, like, we will see a lot of new data spaces arising in 2022. I was definitely not thinking about the urban data space in Bulgaria, but therefore I'm even more happy that this is happening, and I wish you all the best, all the luck for this endeavor, and you can rely on me that I will promote the urban data space of Bulgaria everywhere, because this is so important for all of us as inspiration on European level, because we are still at the starting point. So therefore, I'm so happy that you launch the urban data space, and well, let's get started. Sylvia, join me here on stage, and well, let's write the new chapter of data spaces in Europe.
Thank you, Lars. Yes, together with my colleague, Professor Dessislava Petrova, we will present our efforts, and where we are starting with urban data space in Bulgaria. So now we are, as the previous speaker said, it's now time to start it. So we have no time to wait. And where's the presentation? Okay, yes. And as Lars mentioned, in Europe there will be a lot of data spaces, and already for the next programming period there will be €2 billion for creating data spaces in different verticals. So in health, manufacturing, mobility, transport, and all those areas, they're included in the city. So city is kind of a including these aspects, and if we can make in city, we can make in other places. And we are combining public and private sectors. So what about the city in Bulgarian?
И така, пространство от данни. Пространство от данни за града. Защо градовете? Отговорите са около нас. Знаем, че населението на градовете нараства. Вече 56% от световното население е в града. Също така 76% от населението в Европа също живее в градовете. И тази тенденция ще продължи. За по-малко от 200 години въглеродните емисии са нараснали почти 2 пъти. Градовете допринасят с около 70% за това. Същевременно те консумират и 2/3 от енергията в света. Какво още? Градовете допринасят за развитието на икономиката. Те генерират близо 80% от световния брутен вътрешен продукт. Какво означава това? Чрез иновации, чрез повишаване на производителността, урбанизацията може да доведе до икономически растеж. Живеем в сферата на технологиите. Технологиите са в сърцето на градовете. Живеем в експлозия от данни, но готови ли сме да използваме тези данни? Стъпвайки върху...
Using technology, using data, Gate is developing the first digital twin of the city. It is developed as a digital platform used by cities to experiment, plan urban processes and events. The digital twin replicates the data from the city, collects data from urban infrastructure and data that are dynamically related to demographics, traffic, data generated by sensors and devices. What is needed for the digital twin is a continuous link connection to the real world, continuous flow of data, and here is where the data spaces comes forward in order to ensure the proper functioning of the digital twin. They need data. We know the benefits, but are you ready for that? Answering this question and meeting the challenges of the cities, Gates initiates the first urban data space. And why us? Why do we initiate this data space? Because our mission as an institute created 3 years ago, focusing on big data and AI, our mission, it was really to implement data to solve real problems, real issues, and improve people's understanding of the value of data and their benefits. Apart from these studies that we're carrying out, new models, algorithms, for working with data, one of the directions is urban data. Another activity that we have is we're investing in infrastructure that we can experiment on and test new solutions. And as part of our efforts through time, 2 years ago, we became a member of the International Data Space Association. We became the Bulgarian hub of IDSA. So acting as the hub in Bulgaria is we are stimulating, providing incentives for the governments and the business to share data and to introduce innovations based on these data. Therefore, our ambition is that we will find a place on the European radar with a Bulgarian urban data space, which will benefit all of us. Will not only be part of what's going on in the other European countries, but it will also benefit all citizens. And so what is the data space in fact? Well, apart from technological part, the data space is an ecosystem. In order to attract more participants, we are following its principles. First, security. Each participant is identified in the data space, uses their identity in every interaction on the ecosystem. Sovereignty. Every participant defines the rules for sharing data and the rules that are applicable to the use and sharing of this data. Trust. Every participant signs a contract when their data are to be used based on the principles and rules of the ecosystem and understanding and of course following and adhering to the legal framework. And last but not least, added value. Every participant is free to create new services and products using data. And the more these data are, the higher the added value of these products and services. So what were the steps that we undertook to prepare for this data space? Following the recommendations and principles of the IDSA, we installed a testbed, which is a part of our infrastructure. We used it for demonstrations to motivate the potential participants in this data space, where they can test both the connector, the contact point of to the data space which we have installed, as well as their own components, so that to verify the actual operation of functioning of their components and their interaction with others. This is the first step that we took with this demonstration environment, which is available for everybody who is interested to be tested there and see how it works. However, this is just the first step. The next one that we undertook was that we decided to start with something small that works instead of aiming high but achieving nothing. So we started with its minimal viable data space of the components that are necessary for the operation, the identity provider, guaranteeing that you are the one that you're pretending to be, the metadata provided there, and the connector. These three important components that provide the minimum viable living space, data space that we live in. As Christoph mentioned already, this is nothing if we don't have the data themselves. So what are the first scenarios that we had to show that this space is actually valuable? Air quality. Air quality affects directly our health, and it is a main factor for the quality of life in cities, and not only in cities. The management of the air quality is an important aspect of the governance of a city. Unfortunately, the stations measuring the quality, the air quality, measure that at individual separate points, and the data is with varying quality and frequency. So integrating the data from the executive agency of environment and I think of the Sofia municipality, we made a model to analyze the air quality in Sofia, and we are able to predict the quality of air in real time at any given point in Sofia. This model is based on statistical and probability analysis. The analysis is received and obtains a more detailed picture and idea for the situation is in Sofia, even at places where it is impossible to install stations. At the same time, we are also integrating some data from the RBG info for fine particles. We are combining it from the air quality data and the traffic data to be able to predict the air quality in time. The model developed uses deep neuronal networks, predicting the air quality within 168 hours in the future at any given place in Sofia. What are the next steps to be undertaken? We are planning to expand our models to identify the sources of pollution, traffic, heating, etc. We're also expecting to have more participants join the data spaces so that we can upgrade our models using technologies, expertise. I would also like to mention that of particular importance are the data for health issues, disorders, which are the worst possible results of air pollution. Last but not least, GATE will provide the data from this analysis and the models developed as a service in the data space. But what else can we use this data space for? Another scenario that we've been working on is the supply of proper infrastructure for the citizens. We have started with a pilot project in Sofia, but this can also be applied in other cities. One of the most important issues for Sofia is the presence of kindergartens. Here, together with Sofiaplan and the Sofia Municipality, we have developed the concept of the 10-minute city. We have integrated data regarding the demographic data, regarding the actual places where children live, in what sort of buildings, where the kindergartens are. So what is the pedestrian accessibility? Because it is the purpose here is everybody to be able to find every kindergarten within 15 minutes on foot in order to prevent further pollution of other neighborhoods and spending too much energy and money for that. In this respect, integrating all this data, we're developing a platform which will show us where there is a shortage of kindergartens, what are the neighborhoods that actually lack kindergartens, so that we can decide where we can build kindergartens. And if there are some vacancies in some kindergartens without a sufficient number of children there, they can be rethought, and they can be used for other purposes, and new kindergartens can be introduced where necessary. So these are the analysis that we have started with, and the benefits that we can apply for the kindergartens, but this can also apply for schools, for hospitals, greenery areas, any other infrastructure that we need to live well in a city. What are the opportunities for further development, to integrate further data, more data, even some data provided by citizens, which can help us decide the quality of the pedestrian infrastructure, as well as add data from other businesses and other infrastructure, which can be assessed, and this complex system in the city that we live in can be a better one and more convenient for all of us. And so, in all these examples, you saw some of the participants that are now sharing data, but there are further participants who joined us as a result of the demonstrations, as a result of the first use cases, those that joined us in the first data space. And now I would like to ask some of them to join us here on stage, so we can see what are the actual forerunners, the pioneers in data spaces in Bulgaria.
Overgas, Evgenia Doikova, National Statistics Institute, Antoaneta Ilkova, For the Earth, Ivailo Klebarov, ARBG Info, Stefan Dimitrov, Senstate, Svetoslav Mateev, Contracts, Ivailo Dimitrov, CNCs, Petromir Ivanov, Rela Solutions, Valentin Pavlov, Data for Good, Nikola Tolechki, Association for Development of Sofia, Svetlana Lomeva, Sofiaplan, Georgeta Rafailova, Telelink Business Services, Radoslav Rizov, and One Tree, Alexander Petrov. I would like to ask, because lots of participants are present here, at least one representative of the Association for Development of Sofia, why did you decide to be a part of it? So thank you for the invitations. Yes, we were involved with our greatest pleasure, because we do believe in the public effect, the good that can ensue from using open data and delivering open data. Since 2015, the association has developed Katatoni in order to show the public effect of data. Using on Friday, we also have a session, a last one of hackathon, which is devoted to the topic just green transition and urban mobility. So the use of such data for the citizens is of great benefit, and I do hope, Sylvia, and I do wish you on this stage in a few months, the people who will support and will be a part of gay data sharing family I hope there will be a lot more. I hope that the hall is not going to be big enough for us. Thank you. We're starting with these partners, and which are the next steps? Well, first of all, we want to broaden the ecosystem of participants in the data space, hoping to realize more different scenarios and business ideas. Of course, GATE is delivering business expertise for the creation and introduction of business models based on data space, and also technical expertise, how to use IDS, architecture, and all the related components. We also plan to organize series of trainings related to the application of the principles of data spaces to create innovation, and trainings related to using of data spaces as a safe environment where there are guarantees for the quality, security, sovereignty of data. We also encourage the use of the test space where every participant can experiment, can test, can evaluate the data space without any preliminary investment. Thus, we're going to be sure that technologies are not an obstacle before sharing data. We also foresee broadening of the technological framework for the data space, and we do hope that within 1 year we'll be able to integrate more and more IDS components and deliver more and more IDS connectors. Yes, but the ambitions are not stopping here. GATE is already a member of the mobility data space, but we want also the Bulgarian data space to be integrated with all the other existing data spaces, for some of which you're going to hear in the afternoon session. Some of them are already operational. We would also like, we are part of the Data Space Center, which is a project, a European project that started last month. And as a part of this project, it is our role to support, not only in Bulgaria, but also in other countries, the establishment of such data spaces, to share experience and to share good practices, to be acknowledged with good practices from other countries. Last week, we also concluded an agreement signed by the European Commission to establish data spaces in the cultural, historical, heritage space, which is starting with some foreign participants, researchers, scientists, which will be an addition to the urban data space. And we're ready to help to initiate data spaces in the healthcare, where there is a huge need also in terms of energy efficiency, and we'll already have some discussions with potential stakeholders. Now it is time for the coffee break. So we want to establish this space. We are marking the beginning, and after the coffee break there will be a more interactive discussion on what are the points of view, what are the ideas of some of the partners. Of course, we cannot involve everybody in one single discussion, but anyway, we'll hear what their plans are, how they foresee their participation for the further development of this data space in the future. So thank you. Coffee break now.
Obviously, we can start. Welcome again. I hope that you managed to have a rest during the coffee break and you're ready now for the more interactive part of our agenda today. We're moving forward to the next panel where, as I already said, the participants who have already declared their interest, and some of them are already sharing data in the use cases, are going to discuss on business and social benefits of the urban data space. The panel will be moderated by Lomir Georgiev, who is an expert in business development at the GATE Institute. So you have the floor. I'm wired, I can start talking right away. I hope that we can deal with microphoning, with the sound issues that we're having. Hello, everybody from myself. As you can see, apart from me, the moderator, we have 6 further people around me, represent different organizations involved in data spaces. We have clock here clicking, so we're going to have 30 minutes for our discussion. It will be challenging in terms of format. Probably this helps us a little with the chairs. We're sitting here as if waiting for the bus, and we can have a talk while waiting for the bus. The key in our conversation will be the possible benefits of the data spaces for various organizations, and in this panel we have gathered together different organizations. Georgeta, Georgieva from Sofiaplan, Tania, Hristova, who already spoke from the Municipality of Gabrovo, Antoaneta, Ilkova from the National Statistics Institute, Evgenia, Doikova from Overgas, Dessislava, Antonova from Gate, and Nicola Turechki from Data for Goods, an NGO, Research Institute, Business, Statistical Institute, Municipality, Research and Planning Organization. As you can see, we have different stakeholders here. I'm going to start right away, or at least I'm trying to give a thread to this conversation. I will ask everybody the question, what is your benefit? How do you benefit from this thing? Why does it interest you, this thing, the data spaces? What is in it for you? But also I'd like for somebody else to think of another benefit for that particular organization that can have, for example, the Municipality of Gabrovo. So the idea for this data space is where unexpected opportunities are found. You go to find transport data, traffic data, but then you find demographic data, and you just realize that you can bind somehow together the traffic data with demographic data and mobility. So let's start with Georgeta, Rafailova. Why data? How can a data space be beneficial for Sofiaplan? I'm representing the unit that plans and develops the highest level of strategic spatial plans in Sofia. We've been developing these plans as an assignment from the Sofia municipality, but these are not plans for the operation of the municipal administration, but plans that concern the development of the whole territory through the operations and activities of the entire community, all the stakeholders, the people who live and work, function, operate, and providing services on this territory. So, as with the development of the plans themselves and in the further monitoring of the implementation of the plans, there are lots of stakeholders. They generate enormous amounts of data, and in order for our plans to be adequate, to be efficient, we need to benefit, to use all sorts of data that are generated, which is sometimes really difficult. In fact, this is one of the greatest challenges that we are facing in our work, and we have made the first steps in getting the entire community aware of our work back in the year 2000 through the web-based GIS portal of the enterprise that I'm representing. The development has been rapid from that point, and Lyubov Georgiev has made a great contribution for the exchange of data, for the opening of even larger volume of data that have been generated by us through our new generation GIS portal, and we're continuing to work in this direction because we're firmly convinced that this is the only way to go forward to develop and implement these plans through the involvement of all stakeholders, all the players on the territory. Thank you very much. Can anybody give some advice to Sofiaplan how they can use data spaces? Something that they haven't thought of. Nicola? To use it frequently on a regular basis, so that they're always fresh data that cannot be used by other organizations. So we have providers and users of data, but they can be different. They can be overlapping to some extent. Do you want to continue? What would be the benefit of the urban data spaces for you as NGO? The first sentence that we're writing is that this is contributing to the development of the public sector by providing data. Such an infrastructure would make our work much easier, much more efficient, because we would have access to much better data and processes and procedures that have been established already, regulating this access. For example, I'm just very eager to write an application for access to public information, requesting that I don't want to just write down I want to receive the data on that email, but I just want these data to be publicly published. So we'll have access, all the stakeholders that have access to the gate or other data space will have access to it. So I have really specific requests and requirements and expectations for this data. We work a lot with such data, and the process so far is not really optimal. The infrastructure of the data spaces is a thing that would help us a lot. Can you give us an example? What do you use data for? How do you use them? Well, they're connecting the data to some to the people. We have data and democracy. For example, we have the open data for the Central Elections Committee regarding the elections process, the polling, and organizations that are monitoring the observation of the law and the proper democracy in Bulgaria, like the Institute for Development of the Public Environment, Anti-Corruption Fund, etc. We are also processing, for example, the data from the Ministry of Education. They provide them to organizations, NGOs, who develop some proposals for better policies in the area of education. We also do a lot of work with environmental organizations that have enormous need of working with data, and they also have issues doing that because the data they need, they can now have, is of poor quality. They need better quality data, more data available. They exchange these Excel spreadsheets that are not based on any standards, and it makes them really hard, basically really hard for them to work, because this is all about processes concerning the territory, the environment. They want to have better access and the ability to work with this data. I can show anybody what these people do just by brute force with this poor quality data. So the data spaces can create a better ecosystem where the NGOs and other organizations can do their work in a much better way. Anybody who can give an idea to Nicola, what can they do with data and how they can use it better? Tania? You should share much more and more data with the people, so that people, the citizens, will be more and more trusted and trusting and convinced that the policies based on data are the important policies, and without data it would be impossible for them to be convincing. What I see now, that what you're doing in this panel is a really efficient partnership, which shows that this is a real good model of partnership. I'll tell you later what I mean. So let's continue with you right away. And they don't see me as something that somebody that is doing a compliment for you. This event now shows that one dream that I've had, I've almost often shared this with my colleagues. This is something that happens right now. The Gate Institute, the event we have today, shows that this can happen and will happen more and more in the future in many cities in the future. Data that we are collecting, because we are gathering a lot of data. For example, in Gabrovo we have a lot of data generated through our GIS channels and other sources. They all suffer from one flaw. We lack this integrator that can allow us to a maximum extent, in a good way and transparently to analyze this data and see if they meet our objectives that we think are the best ones, and if not, with the information that this data brings, we can adapt the situation to what we have to solve on a day-to-day basis. Why I am saying that we have a lot of data? We have really great amount of data about green system, the number of passengers, all the elements of the basic infrastructure, the water supply and sewerage system, the number of students and pupils who are at different stages of the educational system, who have information databases we've been accumulating and enhancing on a daily basis, although not everybody will agree to that at first. Every employee of the Gabrovo municipality has in their job descriptions the requirements to work with data and to use the GIS system in order to ensure better performance of the functions that we are in charge of. We have interesting platforms for the educational system, like monitoring of some more sensitive data. So there are lots of platforms also related to, for example, processes in the daily lives, our daily initiatives with the waste collection, snow cleaning. Without data, in the Gabrovo municipality, we're lost. We cannot do anything. But what we lacked so far, what is the focus of today's event, we need partners who can help us make this data open to stakeholders and partners who can help us with tools that will give us a better idea what the best solutions are. If we manage to, if we're successful in this initiative, we'll do something much bigger than just merely sharing data and using them for good purpose. We're going to do something which is a flaw in today's society. We're lacking trust in the information that we're looking for. So if we manage to use this data in the best possible and convincing manner, so that we can just reach citizens through this, organizations like this will show that we are heading in the right direction, and step by step we're going to do what is taking place in many countries in the European Union. Just let me give you just two examples for really efficient and dynamic tools that we have. One is focused on energy efficient street lighting. We implemented a project with a contract for guaranteed result. Through all the stages of this contract, we worked with the private investor. We used the GIS system to implement the project, and right now we're in the stage where we need to show on a daily basis the results. This tool, together with the internet web platform, operates in a perfect manner. And one thing that is about to happen, I hope we can be able to share with the public soon. This is a tool which will be applied in the area, paid parking area. This is an innovation with smart cameras and sensors, which will provide real-time information to the teams who are in charge of monitoring the process. And by this decision, with the collection of, I hope, reliable and accurate information, on one hand will decrease the unpleasant situation in the urban environment and optimize the teams in terms of their numbers, the teams involved in providing our service for parking, and probably I hope that will boost the trust among the public, the people that generally support our efforts to reduce the vehicles in the urban part, but when they make a mistake with entering the number of their license plates, they are not happy. And I just thought of another project, another example. With the help of my colleagues at the Gabrovo municipality, we developed a project based on accurate data. It decides on the allocation of the children for first grade in a really flawless and unproblematic manner, and really helpful for the thankful for the results we have achieved, and the headmisters and parents are really happy with that.
И са необходими за управлението на града на ежедневна база и на всички.
Examples how all these data is used on a daily basis. We also heard how data is absolutely essential. They cannot be avoided when planning cities. Nikki mentioned how society needs the data in order to be informed on how things are functioning, how things are operating in order to become a civil society. Also, GATE is a researcher institute. Desi, you're head of a researcher group. So from your perspective, though it's absolutely obvious that you do need data for research, but what do you use it for? So I recognize the next scenario for GATE in Gabrovo. We are going to replicate this twin kind of a model to another town, because if we have so much data, why not doing this? GATE is an institute for big data and artificial intelligence, of course. So the research is based on data, and it is our mission to create the so-called what if scenarios. So what if we are creating prototypes to see the value added of data? We help society, and we create new business ideas, business models. You know, artificial intelligence is based on data. We cannot make analysis, we cannot perform them if we don't have our bricks, the data, in order to make it happen. And continuing towards the innovation part of it all, I will quote a Finnish architect. Lubo is probably going to help me with the name. He's saying, every single thing is built in context. The chair in the room in the house in the environment in the city. So for us, data is the context, and the more data we have, the more information we dispose of for the context, the more high quality services and products we're going to create, and our town will be a better place for living. It is great what you're saying, and me in the role of a facilitator of data spaces, attracting partners towards these data spaces, I was always saying GATE is going to be one of the first users of this space, so that researchers will be able to use the data to perform their activities. Of course, we're also in the role of supplier of data, because maybe you know that GATE developed the first laboratory where we collect data about the air quality, noise, pedestrians. We also have a sensor lidar system on one of the most peak streets in Sofia. We also dispose of a drone. We make laser scanning in order to enrich our models. So the role of GATE is to be a mediator between the different stakeholders, and again also a user and a supplier, a provider of data in the data space. The National Statistics Institute is the data institutions for 143 years. Yes, 143 years. 143 years is a century and a half. So the statistics is a very old science. Through the eyes of statistics, what do you think of this new segment of processing of data, translating information of big data, the new participants, the different approaches and models, methods to aggregate, to analyze? What is the role of the Statistics Institute in the data space? What do you see there? So first of all, thank you and Sylvia for being a participant in this discussion, that we're the first state institution involved in this multilateral agreement, let me say, the data space. I'm very proud of it, and I'm honored as a representative of this institution to be here. So what I want to say is that statistics cannot be called an old science. It's a science with traditions. And in our activities, though we're not just a science, we also have some practical options. We apply what we know in practice. So what I want to say is that since we were established until today, we're led by the interests of users. The leading principle is that statistics is of benefit for the society. It's for the well-being of society. This is clear. So we're the provider of the data. We are the only official provider of official statistics, statistical data, harmonized, high quality, in time, reliable data. And as such, we can be useful in the data space with our standards, methodology, because you know that data by itself, the data itself is not sufficient enough for analysis if you don't have metadata, if you don't have proof for high quality and reliability. On the other hand, we're pleased because we can also be users of data, consumers of data. The COVID crisis showed that the research in the field are not anymore the leading source to receive information. So the private holders of data, the administrative data, municipal institutions, administrative institutions, the business, are very valuable for us so that we can perform our analysis, to verify, to perform comparisons, to have connected data with that are of proved high statistical quality. And this is going to help us to describe the environment, the reality, in order to provide value-added data, which is extremely important. And it turns out that we're in partnership very successfully with Tania, for example. We worked together to develop the questionnaire in order to hear the opinion of the fest, how the competition was organized, the green idea in Gabrovo. Overgas helped us to further develop in detail the census questionnaire. We tried to focus on some of the questions, how to make them more correct. So this is wonderful, and the environment that we're going to establish, this data space, should support these partnerships, these joint activities. Do you have any proposals for the National Statistics Institute, how to use this momentum? Well, we also established a contact with the National Statistics Institute colleagues that are upgrading the MonitorStat system, because we have a brave ambition to establish a monitoring tool to monitor the strategic municipal documents, and we believe we can be the partners who are going to help on local level this tool, this MonitorStat tool, to include the local level through us as an original test, an experiment for the entire country, as a pilot step forward. And this is also in regard to all the other directions and trends that are important for us. The use of data, one of them is the modeling system for the needs of planning, which my simple model that I usually share is that a model which is methodologically well built, represents something like a kitchen robot, where we put some ingredients because we want to achieve a specific result. And if one ingredient is missing, the sweets are not going to be tasty enough, or will be too sweet. So it depends on whether whether we have the necessary ingredients in our kitchen. And through such a space, we can help each other, all the participants, all the stakeholders, to have a lovely and excellent sweet treat. And another trend that deals with this monitoring tool and the way we use this ever bigger volume of data that is starting to be generated is the automation of the processes to receive and to deliver data, which is also a trend of high importance, and we're trying to apply it first of all on municipal sources level, but I believe that further we'll be able to make it happen also in the state institutions and the other national sources of specific important information like exploitation facilities like Overgas, who have their information systems and use our data so that we can use their data in order to provide better services. So these are the pictures from the morning, the components, the broker, the connector. This is the ecosystem which allows us to have automation, security, sovereignty, to understand what are the qualities of the data, to understand that this is the right, the reliable source of information. And in this regard, data space is not like a server where we pour everything, but it's an environment of exchange where all the rights are guaranteed. And now I address Evgenia. In Facebook, there are lots of things shared, like it said that the world is moving forward towards because of the money. So a company, a private company like yours, how do you use, what is your benefit of data? So the data in a company, it's an extremely valuable resource, probably the most valuable. And we're very grateful to be able to be partners and to be a part of this data space because of the exchange of information, so that we can be mutually beneficial for us in our organization, but also for the public as a whole. And in this platform, when we help each other, the business, the municipalities, some administrative bodies, this is how we're going to achieve a modern European city, and will be beneficial for all the users, for all the beneficiaries, and for the entire society as a whole. So it's an excellent opportunity for us to use data in order to be efficient and useful. It's also useful for us to deliver data, because the data we use are vital for us in order to better develop our network, to exploit our network, but also it is a source of information for some outside users in order to develop their own projects, to make the necessary updates. So there's a huge potential, and we're always at your disposal in order to further develop the system. So can I fantasize that maybe one day soon Overgas will provide some aspects of their business plan development, and it is going to be based on the data from this data space? Well, I do hope so, because we deal with lots of data. We have our modern systems that we constantly develop and upgrade, and receiving of data in time, quickly, rapidly, precise data, correct data will be of high value for us in order to efficiently develop our network. The G system is where we keep our assets, we manage them, and these modern technologies are providing opportunities to easily integrate this data with the portal and other GIS systems without any further effort. So do you have any idea how Overgas can optimize their participation in the data space beyond what was already mentioned, Desi? Well, I have an idea how they can help, because the fact that the big companies dispose of data, so what about the small and medium enterprises where there is not enough data? It's a limited market of products. So in this sense, taking part in such a data space, sharing data, you can see the different ways of using of one and the same products. Here you can draw some conclusions how these products can be improved, and how we can bring to innovation, so a better reality around us. So at this point, the clock stopped ticking, which means we're running out of time, or maybe nobody's measuring the time. I think the bus is coming because we're like sitting on a bus stop. So I would like to thank all the participants here. I would like to thank everybody who was not on stage for their help as well, and I do hope that we're going to draw more attention to this constantly open door. There's a lot more to do, a lot more to develop. Thank you for your participation today, hoping to work with you in the future. Thank you.
All right. Tuomo, now it's you going to the bus stop, so first you need to get equipped. Yeah, well, that was an impressive group of people having a really nice conversation. Well, this was also a great moderation, so thank you very much. Well, I'm absolutely convinced that this will be a successful endeavor, and well, we are all more than keen to witness that. Now we move on to the next slot in the agenda, so to say. So we get some inspiration from elsewhere in Europe, also from other domains, but domains that are related. And we start with something that is really close. So smart city platform in Espoo in Finland, and well, I was talking about the complexity of data spaces. Well, this is Tuomo Tuika from VTT, so National Research Organization in Finland, and he's one of the few experts in Europe who really know how this difficult beast of data spaces works. He's also part of the Data Spaces Support Center, and therefore, so during the next coffee break and the lunch break, raise a lot of questions to him. And now I'm more than honored to leave the stage for you, Tuomo.
Thank you so much, Lars. Is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. It's really a pleasure to be here in Sofia, and I've never almost never been this south also at the same time. So I will be talking to you about the smart city platform, which is located in Otaniemi, which is a district in Espoo city. And trying to help the audience a little bit where the Espoo is, it's just the blue dot in there. And Helsinki is the red one. And it's a city about like 300,000 people, and it's very, very close to Helsinki, so you practically cannot separate them. And if you look at Finland, you can see that it's a very, very long country, and it's around 1,200 kilometers tall. And that means that also that the weather conditions are very different in the southern part of Finland and in the northern part of Finland. So when we have snow in northern part, it's practically half of the country is like Arctic area. When we have snow there, so in the south that can be like 18 degrees, 20 degrees of warmth. So that's a kind of like a change in climate. And now that we started with the climate change, so this is something that we understand very, very much in practice. We can see that, and especially in the northern parts of Finland, that means, and in Arctic area in general, it means that there is like 4 to 5 times more rapid climate change than elsewhere. So you can see that very, very, very clearly. Cities are in a very important place in this game. So that how if we want to keep or at least resist the climate change, the cities are like producing most of the greenhouse gases that are emitted, and therefore also we need to take a look at that. What we can do in the cities. What is there that we can innovate, and what kind of innovations we can bring into the and scale them to the world so that the innovations can be used. I took the picture of a reindeer because you know the reindeer is like, in a sense that it's a vulnerable species because it needs to eat lichen. I don't know how to say that, but it's a special kind of food in the ground, which when it's disappearing, the reindeers are not having that anymore. So it's a clear example of this habitat. So the city innovation is very important here. So Espoo-Otaniemi area is a district which has been growing all the time. It has been like 5 to 10 years growing, starting from basically very small district. But now it's like getting more and more people, and it's a really wonderful test place and we have been able to participate and be part of that development from the beginning. As VTT and with the community that is surrounding, all the stakeholders involved. And well, we estimate that every day there's like 25,000 people around this small area that are coming to work there or live there or there will be there are many visitors who are coming by. So there's new subway, new train system, and a lot of new buildings. So what we have been doing is that we have been creating an innovation test bed on top of that, and which means that there is an access to testing environment for intelligent charging solutions and piloting new database services, and we can do see that what kind of earnings models and energy savings you can create, and see that what kind of novel use cases and technologies can be exploited in the area. So this is a graphic which shows quite nicely the whole environment. It's a bit crowded, but if you take a look at that, so it starts to open up bit by bit. So it's first of all, it's an innovation environment for smart and sustainable solutions. There's a lot of digital infrastructure, what we have been doing. There's also some venture capital, which is nice, because if you want to create some businesses, so you need also the money. Then we have a lot of technology. Well, companies, since there's the university and VTT, we can experiment with different kinds of technologies like 6G nowadays and artificial intelligence and using the EU projects and so on. There are some leading companies which are involved around the area. So there are many companies involved, and eventually we do commercialization on top of this. So, but then again, there are these laboratories, Smart Mobility Lab, Zero Emission Mobility Hub, Test Bed for Circular Economy, Sustainable Food System, Future Urban Energy, Living Lab for Sustainable Life. And when you do this kind of let's say, future urban energy environment, you collect a lot of data, and we have many buildings which are interconnected to our systems in order to get that data out of them, and in order to get the data out of that, you need to make the contracts with them. You must do almost one by one at the moment. So that there is this kind of fair way of organizing how the data is used and where do you get and which are the terms that you are getting. So this is one thing. But then again, just the key point maybe here is that the buildings and the mobility environment, they are not separate in a sense. If you look at the energy systems, usually now that if you think of that you have security of supply and you need to have this kind of flexibility in the energy system. And that means that nowadays that when you get more and more solar panels or wind power energy, so it's small production is getting into picture. So we need the flexibility in the system in order to get the energy in the right place in the right time. And that requires data also from the buildings on environment, so that we understand that what is the situation. So here is a video of what are the actual things, what are the hardware in the loop. So while you're thinking of data, you also need to have the actual hardware which is providing the data. You have to go into the field and do the thing. And here's the video which shows what kind of devices they are put there by our partners, and where we get the data out of that. And with data sharing, we can also tackle the problems of the system. And there's actual factory installed the EV charging points, and now there's some explanation of what kind of technology we are using in the system. And of course, then again, as we heard, AI comes into picture when you have all the data in place. So what we are doing is like these kind of settings, and then continue to think about that what are the next steps, and with the community that we have around us. And the data sharing and the data spaces are an important role in doing that. So that we have this kind of like cross-sectoral data sharing, and here you are. So then again, now you saw a glimpse of the physical things. And then we have these older elements that are in the environment that we need to operate with. We need to have the flexibility in the energy market. We have to have the security of supply, and then there are several players that we work with, like the grid operators, charge point operators, fleet operators, technology providers, etc. And this means that data space development is, as was said, it's not easy. It's complex. So that. When you look at that thing, is that the first question is, where do you start to think about that? And this is about a data space design. Now, when we are looking at the technologies, we should be going forward to see that what would be the next steps in the development. And this one is one short example of very simplified example of this cross-sectoral, and we have been able to add some other sensors there also. But then again, when you do this, and let's not concentrate on the boxes there, but the idea that you can convey in a standard manner in a system that is showing you the benefit of the benefits of this understanding of what is happening in the city in the real time. So that you understand and see that what is going on. That's the benefit, and that's helping the city planning. I'm letting the planners think about what is their role and how do they do the planning, because they don't know exactly what they are doing. But this is something that we can do, that we get the data and then collect and make nice visualizations on that in a standardized manner. All right, something about VTT testbed. We have been using our facilities especially with the IDSA technology. We have been using that for the data space development. That's in the background, and we can help our customers to check out that if their systems are like compatible with the IDSA architecture. And I think that I will very quickly go forward. I have 10 seconds to say that, okay, business is very important to look at that. What kind of things you want to achieve from business point of view, but there are many other benefits also from data sharing. And that would end my story. Thank you so much.
We stay in smart cities. We have a different flavor with the next presentation. I'm more than happy to ask Ulrich Ahle to stage. He's the CEO of the Fireware Foundation, and which is even more important, he's in the board of IDSA, so he's very familiar with what we are doing here. You know that IDSA has joined forces with Fireware already long ago, and now we have intensified our collaboration with the Data Spaces Business Alliance on European stage. And so Fireware is really bringing open source solutions to the party of data spaces. And well, we will learn more now how to integrate smart cities into data spaces. And well, having the city of Dortmund today on stage, the urban data space in Bulgaria, ESPO in Finland, and now Fireware, well, this sounds like we can do something great in the future. Ulrich, let us know more, and the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lars, and very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Afternoon? Yeah, afternoon. It's my second time here in Sofia, so always like to come here. And Tumo talked about getting inspirations, and I would like to start with a good message to Bulgaria, and this is really meant seriously. You have the potential to learn from others. Maybe some of you know this Digital European Society Index, DESI report. This is talking about the digitization in public services. And here, Bulgaria at the moment is on position number 26. I'm from Germany. Germany was 2 years ago on position number 25. So just one position before Bulgaria. We made it over the last 2 years via 22 to 19. But there are still a lot of other countries in front of us, and especially when it comes to digitization of public services, there is a lot to learn from other countries, especially looking at the big, or the leading, not the big ones. The big ones are not leading, as you can see here. The leading ones are Estonia, Finland, Malta made a really push in front, Netherlands and Spain. And I always say when I'm talking to German cities, we are at least 5 years behind these leading countries in Europe from the position of Germany when it comes to digitization of public services. And I think this became clear, or at least I hope this became clear during the morning, that our new digital life will gravitate around data, around this digital twin, so the digital representation of the real world, describing what's happening, when, where, and why. And what has also been said this morning, that this data are very often organized in silos. Silos because data models don't fit to each other, interfaces are not open, or there's not sufficient trust in sharing the data. And our mission at Fireware, and I'm representing here the Fireware Foundation, is to break down these silos together with our partners like IDSA and others who are here, others who joined us in the Data Spaces Business Alliance, to make this data available on data spaces, on platforms, and to use this data to, when talking about smart cities, on the one side, to increase the quality of life of people living in the city, and on the other hand, to reduce the cost of operating a city. This is always the ambition. And what's Fireware? Fireware is open source, so software which is available for everyone for free, forever. But we are not providing complete products, not complete data spaces, not complete smart city platforms. What we are providing are open source software building blocks. With the Fireware Context Broker as the core component. And then there are other components for the creation of user interfaces, data visualization, image recognition, workflow management, and so on. So these are the software building blocks. Second, and that's very important to break down these data silos, we are providing a standard API, a standard interface. This is called Next Generation Service Interface. And the third component we are delivering are smart data models or standard data models. This initiative started 8 years ago at the Smart City Expo World Congress, 5 years ago at the Smart City Expo World Congress in Barcelona, which will take place again next week. At that time, it was called the Frontrunner Smart Cities Initiative. 8 European cities, plus La Plata from Argentina and Montevideo from Uruguay, started in a very end-user-driven approach to define common data models. And in the meantime, we have more than 1,000 data models, not only in smart cities, also in smart agri-food, in smart energy, in smart mobility. And the good thing in the 5-year ecosystem is that all partners in this ecosystem are using the same APIs, the same data models. And in addition to open source, we are using open standards. And with this, the so-called vendor lock-in effect is dramatically reduced. And it is possible to replicate solutions from one city to the other, from one country to the other. Yeah, and then we have reference architectures, and you see here on the left a very simplified one with a context broker in the center. That's the functionality managing all this data. Then southbound interfaces to get access to the data coming from drones, from cameras, from other IT systems, from social media, a very important source of data. And on top, functionalities to process, visualize, and analyze this data. And in the meantime, there are more than 200 5-year-based solutions available on the 5-year marketplace. I'd say maximum 10% of them are coming directly from the end users, because very often end users, especially when talking about cities, they don't have sufficient own competence and own capacities. So a lot of them are working together with partners, with universities, with IT companies, with consulting companies, and they have created 5-year-based solutions, which they are sharing. So we have 5-year-based platforms, solutions, but also training and consulting services. Talking about platforms, there are in the meantime exactly 22 of these platforms on the 5-year marketplace. A lot of them are urban platforms. Here you see from Atos, for example, Urban Data Platform. From NEC, from Japan, it's called Cloud City Operations Center. This one is called Open Urban Data Platform. This one from Hypertegrity is Urban Data Space Platform. Not all of them, as a complete product, are provided again as open source, accessible on GitHub, but some of them, for example, this one, and also the one from Amazon. That's available since 3 months, called Smart Territory Framework. It's completely open source. You can access it on GitHub and operate it on the Amazon cloud. In total, we are not talking about experiments. We are not talking about MVPs. We are talking about real-world implementations. In the meantime, more than 300 cities in over 30 countries deploying their urban data platforms, their smart city platforms, and the digital solutions on top based on 5-year technology. We have a 5-year smart city booklet, and the next edition, the edition 4, will be published next week at the Smart City Expo World Congress in Barcelona. So, and we are bringing in this competence, this results, this market-proven technologies into a partnership. We heard about this before, the Data Spaces Business Alliance, where 4 organizations are combined. We are working very close together with others like iShare, who are here with My Data Global, preparing the groundwork for the creation of interoperable data spaces in Europe. And this is a set of building blocks which are necessary to create such data spaces. And we are contributing some of them, like the data models I mentioned before, like the data exchange APIs. IDSA is contributing, for example, with the IDS connector to enable a trusted exchange, and other partners are contributing other components. It is not our target with this ambition to develop everything new. It is the target to combine existing solutions, available functionalities, and to create a common framework for the creation of interoperable data spaces. And to mention two, or I think I mentioned for the data models, 1,000 data models in the meantime. They are available in 7 languages, since 2 weeks also in Chinese. And everything is available on GitHub, available for everyone for free, can be used. Same is true for NGSI, the interface. And this, in the meantime, is a formal European standard, standardized by ETSI. And it can not only be used, but it can also be requested in public tenders. As it is a European standard, you can put it into a public tender and make sure that the solutions which are provided to you are open, have open APIs, are interchangeable. And we are very proud of this. We are not only talking about a European story, also the Bureau of Indian Standards has adopted NGSI, and since 1 year it is a formal standard, the formal standard for data management in Indian cities. And India is 3 times larger than Europe, just to get a feeling for that. And I will go 1 page back to show you the partner. It is called IODX, India Urban Data Exchange Platform. A very impressive story with a lot of lessons learned for other countries. And if you are interested to get more on this, because I don't have the time for it, just reach out to me. I'm here during the day to tell the story about India and data platforms. These building blocks I showed to you are general building blocks to be used when creating, okay, we are getting closer, are general building blocks when creating data spaces, interoperable data spaces. Here we are, fine, 1 back. And we've been awarded by the European Commission with a project which has the long title, EU Data Space for Smart and Sustainable Cities and Communities. Communities are also rural areas, villages. I'm living in a small village of 2,000 people. And with its partners, it is led by the Open and Agile Smart Cities organization, Eurocities, European Network of Living Labs, 5AIR, the Austrian Institute of Technology, and Slovenia. Slovenia, very important because this is the first country in Europe which requested their cities, if they would like to use public funding for their digitization, they need to use NGSI and they need to use the smart data models to make their solutions interoperable and replicable. We will work for 12 months, 1 year, to prepare in this work structure. And here again you see the technical blueprint, which is very important, the data space establishment, to prepare the next project which will deploy this architecture, which is developed in the next 12 months. And this deployment program, so we are actually working in this project here, dedicated to smart cities, to create the framework for the creation of interoperable data spaces for smart cities and communities in Europe. And the next one will be the deployment of this architecture. And my final slide is the ability for European cities to already express their interest to be part of, I'll go back again, to be part of this project. The the call for this project has been published 3 weeks ago, although this one has just started 1 month ago, so it's very overlapping. And within this project, the deployment project, we will have, not we, in future winning consortium, we will apply for it, but it's not clear that we will win. Within this project, there will be 15 million euro for so-called cascade funding, and cities can apply for this funding, and there's already now the opportunity to express the interest for such a funding. Prerequisite is at least 2 sites from 2 countries, so 2 different cities from 2 different countries must apply together. It should be cross-sectorial, so for example, mobility and energy, or waste management and smart lighting. And it will just be 50% of funding. The rest of the funding need to be gathered locally on the member state level or from companies who are participating. And the cities who are applying need to sign the livingin.eu declaration. It is a commitment for open standards to be used when doing digitization. This provides, in my impression, really a good opportunity for cities to implement what will be defined within the next 12 months. And the overall frame for this is provided by the Data Spaces Support Center we heard about before, where all these organizations you heard about during this morning joined forces, and where we are working together to make data spaces in Europe reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ulrich. Well, inspirational, but also very useful, obviously. And I think this can give a major push to, well, the endeavor here in Bulgaria. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
And good to have you on board. Now, we need support once again from the technology part, because the next speaker should be online. There she is. So I'm really happy that Dandan Wang from T-Systems is with us. T-Systems is with IDSA from essentially the very beginning, and they are building the components that we need in order to build data space, bring them to life and run them. So there are a lot of components, so they are working on open source connectors. They have the Data Intelligence Hub platform and a lot of other items. And Dandan will present today a use case which is once again related to smart cities, the Barcelona City Lightning. And well, Dandan, great to see you once again. You are on stage virtually. And with this, I hand over to you.
Thank you, Lars. Thank you for the introduction. And I hope I'm audible, and I'm already sharing my screen. So you should all be able to see my slides. So thank you again, IDSA, and also the GATE for this invitation. I'm really happy to share our story and also our practice in the data space project and also this initiative. So a sentence about myself, as Lars already introduced. I'm Dandan, I'm from T-System, and responsible for designing the data space solutions for our customers and also partners. And talk about the T-System International. So just give a bit numbers about who we are. This is a B2B subsidiary of Deutsche Telekom. So it is a German telecommunication company. So this is the biggest telecommunication company in Europe. And in T-System, we have roundabout, you see here in the slides, across 20 countries, we're operating 16 data centers. And I just want to also show how many data we are handling in every year. It's around about also 580 gigabytes. That's a lot of transaction data, storage, and also, of course, communication data. And this is just to show we have T-System as also Deutsche Telekom has experience and also the history in handling the big data. And this is why we are also the #1 IT system providers in the German-speaking area. What we are doing here, we have a product called Data Intelligence Hub. As Lars already elaborated, we are very happy to get to know IDSA in the very early stage, and we do, based on the IDSA reference architect, launch our product in 2018. I think that's the first market-ready product based on this standard, and I'm also very happy later on to see this IDSA RAM become a German standard. And since 2018, we have been further developing our product, and still our mission remains. We want to enable the data-driven ecosystems to secure our data transactions and bring the value of data sharing to the whole ecosystems. To the different aspect to achieve these missions. We do understand this is a data ecosystem. There is definitely a complexity there. So this is why we try to adapt our offering to cover the different customer profiles from the big enterprise also to the SMEs. So that's a different stage of the customer journey. We can always support and help our customers to move forward. So for example, if the customer asks at the starting point, try to understand what is the data space, what's relevant, what is in for a customer as their own operations, their own industries. So we do provide an advisory package so that to get our customer get prepared. And for the customers who has already the business case or a concrete service they want to offer and apply in the data space, we offer managed service, that's concrete, that's managed connector, that's the technical terms, but overall it is a connectivity to help our customer get connected to the different data spaces. For the some of the initiatives, they do have the bigger scope there. So we do see that there's also a need and interest to build and orchestrate the different data spaces. And of course, according to the different scenario and also the different industry, there are specific requirement and also the limitation on how to organize and also governance, set up their own terms for the data spaces. And this is, we do observe there's a need on the market, and we also provide such an ecosystem supporting service to our customers. So no matter what kind of service we provide, we do consider the data sovereignty here. And here we do our service, for example, the connectors and also the different data space component to ensure that our customers keep the control all the time over the data transactions. This is all about data sovereignty. So besides that, there's also the different aspect about sovereignty. For example, the software sovereignty. So this is, we do also taking into concern. We are now more and more adapting and contributing in the open source project, like the GaiaX project, the federated service. We are in 3 of the total, I think, 13 lots, and we are specifically developing, contributing in the sovereign identity, which is to our the past experience. This is in the end, like the phone business in the telecommunication industry. We need a phone, you need your own phone number. And this is identity for every users in a data space you will need. The same thing, we want to provide a trust and a sustainable identity to our customers. The reason why we are moving more and more to the open source, because nowadays we don't want customer to have the concern of the vendor lock-in. They can select T-System as service provider. They can also specify to use any open source component which we provide, we adapt it, customize, and later on they can always move. So this is, we do want to provide this flexibility to our customers. And recently we have been also moving on to the cooperation aspect. So this is, I think last year, T-System also signed a partnership with Google. This is where we bring our sovereignty concern into the data center infrastructure where it is really stored. the T-system will have the right to check the source code and have the security measurement on the different level in the operation stage. So this is a different aspect we are considering and providing the service to the customer to ensure the sovereignty is reserved for our customers. Of course, we are observing and following the European standards. In the market, we are more on the Gaia-X and IDSA standards. Like I said, we are deeply involved in the IDSA project and also in the Gaia-X open source project. And also, for example, in Germany, we have the national access point. And there we have been ramp up the mobility. That's a mobility data space. So we provide this data space based on the IDSA reference architect. And now we are also moving on to the project in the Gaia-X for future mobility. And there we're providing the data space compliant with Gaia-X guidance. And along the time, we do observe there's a different component from the different standards. And to fit this requirement, we want to make our product to be certified by those standards. And right now, we are on the process with IDSA to certify our connector. So this is the major component the user will need in the data space. And we are very happy. This is a very smooth process, and we believe this certified product will bring the best value for our side as well as for our customers. Since we are the B2B subsidiary of Deutsche Telekom, so that's also, we can leverage the global footprint of the telecom. And this is why we do believe we are prepared to be a reliable and efficient service provider to the data space ecosystem. So I have been talking the different aspects, how we are achieving our mission through our data intelligence hub. And along the time, since we have been launching our first version of product in 2018, I just picked some of the project and milestones as examples to also show we are also further strengthening and improve our capacity and capability in the different projects in these 5 years, step by step. As you see here, starting 2018 in IDSA, we are along the time in the different projects to provide the data space as a whole or as a component service provider. And overall, we are seeing that this market of the data space, as this early session also said, are very important and also significantly impact the different industries. I think it's also very relevant for data smart city, especially. And this is just some example we want to show the other industry, like here, the mobility, healthcare in the David, and also in the smart city. Similarly, in the Hamburg, this is also the smart city project. We do observe the customer need and also further improve our offerings so that our customer can get the best support. And so if you want to see more details, I have been already put some links in this different each project and also specify what we have been contribute in the different projects. As you see here, we are mainly on the technology service provider and providing the data space concerned component of service. Having said that, I have been introduced who we are and what we have been doing in the past. I want to take a very concrete example about the smart lighting. So this is the very concrete question here is, there's a lot of IoT empowered smart city initiatives, and there's also involved the different systems running in those systems, and how we can democratize those data availability and stimulate the data exchange flow. This is also the interest why I picked this smart lighting as an example, because the cities will have the common interest and also should have a systematic approach with the different departments to understand those different systems used in the smart city initiatives. For example, in this case, the smart light providers and how to manage that, the maintenance, and also, for example, the weather information, the system, the sustainability goals for the cities, and how those information could be shared and utilized to solve those multiple problems. And meanwhile, the cities should also bring the industry partners as well as their citizens into those innovative process so that ensure this result, the whole solutions, it is practical and it is also scalable in a cost-effective manners. So this is why you can see later on, I bring a demo to see how a data exchange happened between cities to cities, cities to citizens, between also the business side with the cities, how such an ecosystem could establish in this concrete example. So I will just now shift my screen. I made a short video about my demo. I have been already enabled the sound from my laptop, so I hope you can also see my video and meanwhile also hear the explanation. So 1 second.
Welcome. In this introduction, we will connect the DIH with a smart street lighting system and extract data from it for further analysis. We will also include a second data set about historical weather recordings from Barcelona and correlate both of them. To get started, please log into your account. If you do not have an account yet, create one for free. As we later on want to analyze our data, creating a new workspace is necessary. Please navigate to the Tool selection and select Jupyter Notebook as your preferred tool. Our raw data is going to be extracted from the smart lighting system on the Paradox platform. The extracted data can be used directly in the Jupyter Notebook, making the implementation as easy as it can be. Now that we've got our raw and historical data source integrated, it is time to analyze it within the Jupyter Notebook. One click to execute the script and the analysis is complete. The options from here on are endless. Filter out all the important KPIs from your data in a matter of seconds with both pre-made scripts or software designed by yourself. Operation data, power status recordings, data about burning hours, evaluation, and data correlation was never this fast and easy. In the beginning, we mentioned the ability to monetize and share your data on the DIH. This is exactly what is now also possible for the new data that concluded from the correlation that we just did. Navigate to the Offers section in the Control Center and create a new offer. Give your offer a matching title, as well as a description and pricing. As this offer will not be monetized, you can leave the pricing at 0. Now it is time to include our new data, simply by selecting and uploading it as a part of the offer. Save your settings. But before that, please make sure to check the confirmation box by which you agree to both the legal use and contents of your upload. To improve our offer description even further, click on Meta Information and enter your keywords. Also, choose a fitting topic for your offer. Under the Additional Information tab, you are now able to provide location information. As your offer still has to be licensed, select one of the licenses from the drop-down menu. In our case, Germany. The DIH values sovereignty over your data as one of its most important guiding principles. Thus, you are now able to make a selection on who will be able to see your data in the marketplace and who will certainly not. Click on Publish and you are done. To prove that the offer was created without any issues, navigate to the marketplace and enter the name that was chosen earlier. There it is. What stands out is that the DIH marketplace has an interactive offer preview. This enables everyone who might be interested in buying one of the offers to see what's inside first. All the parameters are based on the actual data provided in the offer and can be selected by choice.
So let me back to my last slides. This is a use case. It is using the real data generated in the Barcelona, and using there's a street now installed such as smart light infrastructures. And luckily, this infrastructure service provider, I do also know them. That's also our smart city colleagues from Telecom, and I know they have been scale up this project to a city Dijon. There's around about almost 2,000 such a smart light installed on the street. So I select this project because especially in the data smart city project, you will observe the very complex and also multiple stakeholders. So in this example, I just want to emphasize we do consider and can generate the value through this data sharing for the multiple stakeholders. For the citizens, as you see here, of course, from the smart lighting, you will have a better safety concern from the road and also can reduce some light pollutions. But meanwhile, because the citizens now have the access through the data space, can have the access to see and check out the real operation data. That's the transparency the cities are providing to the citizens. And by that, they are also involving the citizens to be part of this innovative project to gain the trust and also the support from the citizens. And of course, from the city side, such an innovative process, has always have the long-term plan there. It could have, for example, for the streets, the regional goals to have the better safety concerns. For example, because this street light, it is also automatically dimming the light levels. If in the night or nobody's on the street, the light will be very low dimmed or even shut off. This is by that we have the calculation. It could sum up to 70% of energy saving. So that's one side, save the energy. And meanwhile, that could be also providing the data support, the analysis about how to shift this energy supply for such a IoT department, the project. We do also consider it, especially because in Barcelona, in the south cities, we check the weather data, as you see here. It is a very strong sunshine there, and the cloud is also covered very limited. That's very nice. We also correlate by that. The solar panel can generate how much energies. So this is why we prove kind of from the systematic level to prove it could be possible to shift to a more innovative energy concept to power those street lights by the energy from the sun or from the wind. This is I opened an idea to the cities at that time, and they do. I'm very interested because there's always for each city have the climate protection goals, want to save the CO2 emissions. This is somehow from the IoT solutions can combine and scalable to the sustainability. And meanwhile, we also provide the chance for the equipment managers, for example, the light board, as you see from the data set, they provide this equipment, the light boards, and they would like to use the real operation data in their laboratory to improve their product design. So this is also the chance they can leverage from those shared and also integrated data offers. As a meanwhile, for the maintenance team from those infrastructures, by that they could have the chance to detect the early failure from this smart light, and also probably they can also predict those life cycles of those equipment so that they can also prepare and schedule a proactive maintenance plan. So this is overall just an overview about this smart lighting use case. And I'm also remain in this session. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And of course, we can also have the follow-up discussions. I have my emails as well in the slides, and afterwards, I think these slides will be also shared. So thank you very much for your time. And I hope that's some ideas for our cities and also the telecommunications to be also part of the data space initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dandan. I don't know if you see me through any camera, maybe there, I don't know. Hi.
Yeah.
So, hi. So it was really great to have you on stage. That was a really professional presentation with all the media mix, so it worked perfectly fine. Thanks a lot. And it was a great addition to what we discussed before in the context of smart cities and urban data spaces. So, well, this is a perfect fit, and we will include it in our discussions throughout the rest of the day. Thanks a lot, and well, hope to see you soon again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
So, we are a bit over time, but this is not a problem. No one's hungry, right? And you still have to deserve lunch, because we have our next agenda item, which is a walk through the exhibition, which is displayed in the basement, where we've been for the breakfast. So therefore, we will go to lunch now. After lunch, we will continue having inspiration from other data space endeavors that are already on their way. So then moving out of the very focused city environment to health and mobility data space. But first, let's get inspiration. My dear colleague Carlos, he might be already downstairs, obviously, so he's preparing himself, very good. He will walk you through the exhibition, and we have four stands there, so one from GATE, one from iShare Foundation, one from IDSA, and one from Mobility Data Space. And you can see what these organizations have prepared. And please, and this is the most important thing, get in contact with or get in touch with the people and discuss next steps so that we really can build data spaces. So Carlos will guide you downstairs through the exhibition. Then we have lunch all together downstairs and reconvene at 2:10 here for the presentation of Mobility Data Space by Michael Schäfer. So have a great experience downstairs and a nice lunch. See you there and later here.
So I'm really glad to get some more insights also into the mobility data space and how you move people thanks to data spaces. So Michael will come on stage, the large stage now again, and looking forward to your insights.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christoph. So hello again. I hope you could refresh a little bit during the lunch, and yeah, after lunch coma was the right keyword. Of course, for me, it's simple, you know. I can stand on the stage, I can move around. So I hope that you find back to your normal working temperature. All right. So, avoid, reduce, compensate. Anybody who heard this before? Avoid, reduce, compensate. That is if you would ask people who are very much in the area of environmental stuff to what they would tell you to do. Yeah? Reduce, avoid, yeah? Compensate. Well, I would say if it's up to mobility, is avoid a solution? Who thinks we can avoid mobility? I know this is a poor question because nobody would raise hand. Right, of course. So, seriously, we don't want to avoid mobility. I think even the opposite is the case, right? We need to increase mobility. We need to improve mobility. We need to make it more available for people. We need to make it cheaper. And we maybe, yeah, so I'm allowed to say that coming from Germany, we may need to make it more reliable. So it's the opposite. It's the opposite. And the question is, how can we get there? How to achieve that? And that was actually the reason why, amongst other initiatives in Germany, the Mobility Data Space has been founded to help with sharing the data that is relevant in order to achieve those goals. No? So not avoid, but improve and lower the bar in order to use public transport and stuff. And I think the key word that has been raised for this event, which is actually great, so thank you very much for having me, business value. That's the key word. So nothing happens without business value. And that is the reason why I love that so much. We don't talk about use cases anymore. Use cases are lame. We talk about business cases. So if there is no business, there is no data sharing. Yeah? You don't share or collect data just for the sake of it. And I would like to give you two examples where participants of ours, customers, are using the mobility data space in order to make business, in order to increase business value and maybe also finally increase business value for their customers. The first one is a case about intermodal connectivity. So think of your mobility in the future. How would it look like? Do you think you still have your own car in front of your house that is 95% of the time just hanging around, if you like, and you're paying the taxes and all of the stuff, insurance, not using that? So is that your future mobility? No, it's not. And you know what? The car manufacturers even know. So what is the solution is of course, is intermodal mobility. That means it's a mixture of several vehicles, several options of getting from A to B. So it's not just from the train station A and to the train station B, or it's door to door. And that consists of walking and riding a bike or an e-scooter, maybe a robot taxi in the future, yeah, autonomous driving, to the next train station or to the next public transport option, whatever. So now the question is, to get that right, you need a lot of data, don't you? What kind of data do you need? You need data about, at the first place, about you as the passenger. What are your preferences? What is your schedule? Where do you want to go to? What's the weather like? Are there any issues with the public transport around? What is the available of robot taxis or e-scooters or whatever? So you mesh up data from public data providers and from private data providers. And why I am so emphasizing that? Because that tells you about a pattern of a business case that is ideal to be implemented in a data space. You have several data providers and you have several data consumers. A 101 at the first place, a data space at the first place, is not an advantage. But as soon as you mesh up data from several sources, you have a scale effect. Yeah. So that is what this company has done for now, and this is just showing how it works. It's an integration scenario, right? So you collect the weather data and the data from e-scooters and from public transport and stuff, and you mesh it up, and then depending on your preferences as a passenger, they provide, let's say, 2 or 3 options, alternatives, and then you can immediately book your ticket over there, which is ready to be used for all the options. Yeah. And they have actually started that early 21. Unfortunately, I haven't got more current data available, but we will be able to collect that and maybe provide that to you afterwards. But even after 6 months prototyping, they had already 20K users who have downloaded the app and who have opted in, and that was in 21, so 1 year ago, and it's scaling up. Yeah. So that was obviously one of the examples I wanted to show you. Intermodal connectivity. Again, several data sources, several data consumers. The second one is very much dealing with e-mobility. We have heard about that today. And this is a huge pain point for all the participants. At the first place, again, for us as drivers of an e-car. So if you drive in an e-car. What is the worst situation you can get into? Battery's empty, right? So what would you expect from that car? The car is talking to you, right? The car tells you, hey, be careful, you're running out of electricity, but not a problem, don't be concerned. There is a charging lot right around the corner, just go there. And this is what happens. Let me explain. Between 25 and 30%, and this is a figure, this is now valid for Germany only. I have no clue how it looks like in Sofia. But in Germany, between 25 and 30% of all rides, approaches to a charging lot are unsuccessful. So 1/3, think about that. So at the first place is annoying, right? You want to get the battery charged. And in addition, for the municipalities, for the cities, is an issue. So additional traffic just in order to find the next charging station. And then, of course, it has also an environmental footprint, for sure, right? So is again an ideal case in order to be implemented, or at least the data exchange for that, in a data space. Why is that? Because there are so many parties being involved in that. So you need the car manufacturers, you need the utility providers, the network providers, the municipalities, and so on and so on. Maybe map providers, so all of them need to work together to get it right. So a great example, or another example, where data spaces make so much sense. Yeah. And as I've mentioned before, there are so many possible potential issues. At the first place, and this is really, if we wouldn't have found out, is ridiculous. So there is a database available with all the geopositions of the charging lots. And they're wrong. It's incredible. So they build a charging lot, they do the wiring of the electricity, and some dude is putting in the geolocation and the system is wrong. So you go there, it's no charging lot. Or it's on the other side of the road, or behind a traffic aisle, or something like that. So it's not there. Or it's broken. That could easily happen in Germany. Or your card is not working, right? Your charging card. Or is the capacity is not good enough. Or is occupied, whatever. So a lot of reasons why it wouldn't work. And all of those reasons could be served, or could be compensated, or could be corrected by different providers. So we have to put all of them together, all the parties. Yeah. And that is the reason why in the mobility data space we have set up this working group with the three large OEMs in Germany, Volkswagen, BMW, and Mercedes, with a utility provider, with a network provider, with a card provider, and also with here, which is also, is a data space for mobility data. And they're working together, and due to their plans, they will start the go-live for the prototype in December. They have put that together in just a couple of months. It's incredible. So as soon as there is a pain point, a real pain point, and as soon as if there is a business case, and that is the reason why I'm really penetrating the business, it works. Yeah? So there is no point in carrying the dogs to the hunting. There must be a business case, right? So what does it mean for us as a data space? And maybe it's not true for mobility only. It's true for any other domain, data space domain as well. And as we have seen, for instance, in this e-car thing, it's about mobility, it's about energy, it's about smart city. So at least 3 domains involved. So 7 principles for data spaces, and that is what we have found out, at least for ourselves. And maybe it's true for you as well. So at the first place, massive scaling. So what you want to achieve is a self-amplifying horizontal ecosystem. The second one, be open for everybody. Yeah? Don't close anybody out. So if at the first place, if there is somebody approaching you and say, I have valuable data, you say, nah, it's not mobility. Leave me alone, stay at home. No. Mobility is something that has influence in all of our lives, and not for ourselves as individuals, but also, of course, for the economy. So many other things are very much dependent on mobility. So hardly anything that is not relevant for mobility. Then, of course, as a data space, you should be a neutral operator. What does it mean? You should not make money with the data. You should leave the value of the data for those who are providing the data and those who are consuming the data in order to accelerate business. Of course, you need to run your data space as an operator, but the fees you're claiming for should not reduce the value of the data. I think that's also something very special and something very different from that what the hyperscalers do, right? Google and AWS and Amazon and Huawei and Alibaba and maybe the North Korean Secret Service, I don't know. Then, of course, next one is easy access. We have seen that before, architecture. So what we do, we implement IDSA architecture. So thanks to IDS, it's very simple. We have the central catalog, Christoph showed that before. We have the catalog, we have the clearinghouse, we have trusted identities, and we have the connector. Actually, the IDSA connector is something we put under our maintenance, so we are making sure that it's further developed and that it's maintained and that security patches are there, and we provide that to our participants, to our customers. And we also have founded an ecosystem with service partners who, in case of a participant is not able or is not happy to deal with all the technical stuff, they can help with. And then, of course, very important, no need for centralized storage, and that means sovereignty, the other keyword. So if the data is not collected in the black hole, and it stays with those who have the data and who owns the data, and then they stay sovereign. And furthermore, not storing the data in a central point is also sustainable, right? So very often when we talk about sustainability, we think about pollution. We also need to be sustainable dealing with the data. Yeah, don't copy that, I don't know, 100 times and everybody saves the data. And seriously, as the data, amount of data you use for mobility and for other domains will increase exponentially, Seagate can't produce as many hard disks you need to save all the data at one point. There's no reason to do that. And then real working business models, that is something I mentioned before. And that is a very special task for the mobility data space. We are at the top of the digital strategy of the German government. We have many mentions also from our Bundeskanzler. We are also supposed to prove that digital and data economy is real working under private equity circumstances, and that is what you got to prove. It doesn't work if you're just public administration and just fulfill a law. Come on. That's not how business is working. And as we are dealing with companies, with business, we have to think and act as business as well. Right, so that is something we have seen before. I very quickly skip that. Decentralized architecture. So, and that is something I would like to emphasize, and that is the ecosystem. You can't do that alone. So you need participants, customers who are happy to work together, who are really committed and connected, and not to the data space only, but also to each other, right? And that is really where we put our emphasis on since beginning of the year, since we started. Building the network, building the connections, create working groups where the participants and customers work together, like the working groups for intermodal mobility and the working group for e-mobility and so on and so on. Yeah? And if you look at the names, Yeah, a gate is already written down. Yeah, of course, we are looking into the future, right? We are not happy with that, what we're doing right now. We're looking into the future. And then, of course, it's not only about mobility, but it's collaborate horizontally and vertically. So we, of course, we are looking at Germany at the first place. That is where we have been founded. And we're badly looking for other initiatives coming up and growing and scaling in other countries of Europe so that we can connect to them. And we would be very, very happy to get connected. And there are two, let's say, two constraints, if you like. So one is you need to share the same principles and paradigms. Sovereign data sharing, decentralized architecture. Yeah? And the other one is the technical foundation. If it's the same, it's easier. Yeah? If it's different, of course, it's more complicated. So we are connected to the German Mobilität. We heard about that before. That's nothing else than the German National Access Point, where you can find all the, let's say, public data, mobility data available. We're also connecting to other data spaces like health and culture and energy. As I've mentioned before, why is that? Because mobility is part of that all the time. So finally, if you've got data, open the gate, unleash your data. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for these insights. I think I like very much one aspect that you brought to the table, which is this vital ecosystem. So it would be very boring to have one provider, one stop shop that provides the entire solution. I think many different players that join the table for discussions make it a real success. And with the 7 guiding principles that you showed, I think that's really inspiring, not only for mobility, but also for other data spaces. Thank you very much, Michael. So, next round of inspiration. So far, we had a lot of insights from and for urban scenarios. Yeah, mobility is also something that happens in cities or around cities. The next speaker, Matthijs Punter from the research facility TNO from the Netherlands, will do a little switch here. So we switched to another kind of marketplace, data space, yeah, the market that I presented earlier today. It looks different, it smells different, other colors. Let's go to the health domain and see what you have brought with you to inspire this ecosystem here. Thank you, Matthijs.
And in addition to that, I will also take a little bit of a technical deep dive.
Perfect.
And the reason for that is we've seen many examples also today where you could say, well, there's a lot of public data. Hopefully the charging points, I'm driving an electric car, I would like to have that data, public data. But healthcare data is different. It's, I think, one of the most sensitive things there is. It's highly regulated and you cannot easily share it. So, I'm working for TNO. We have a little bit a similar position, well, different, but similar as the GATE has on this topic here in Bulgaria. So we are an Institute for Applied Scientific Research. We do that in many different domains. I'm working for our ICT unit, and that makes me fortunate to be able to work with many of our other units on all kinds of different topics. But for us, it's always about data sharing, it's about AI, it's about security and infrastructure. And we have 2 roles. On one hand, we try to bring together organizations, for instance, to initiate data spaces. I mean, we have a neutral role. We are a research institute. And on the other hand, also try to accelerate those data spaces with new technologies and new kinds of approaches. And for that, we work together with innovators, technology providers, universities, and other research institutes. And we do that widely over Europe. So it was already mentioned, we are a key partner in the Data Space Support Center. So if you need any support, here to help. But we also think that many of the standards that are needed for data spaces, we cannot develop those ourselves. We have to do that on a European, on an international scale. So we're part of Gaia-X. We were, I think, partner of IDS when the working language was still German. And it was one data space, now it's multiple. And we do the same on the national level. So together, for instance, with iShare, we are in many of the national coalitions. And what I'm going to talk about today was done under the umbrella of the Dutch AI Coalition. So, healthcare. We had a little disease in the world, it was called COVID. We all know it. Fortunately, we are now able to deal with it in a better way. But, I mean, we all know how critical that situation was. And hospitals and researchers immediately after the outbreak started to do research on the question, what is now the best treatment for COVID? How can we diagnose our patients in the best possible way? There were the first patients admitted to the hospital. But we need data. And we need to share that data because those patients have the same symptoms, but they are in different hospitals, different research organizations. Those patients are in the hospital, so they cannot give consent to share that data, and it's highly sensitive. But still, we need to do that research because we need to battle this virus. So that was the situation. And you see it here in the beginning. These are the scientific papers published on COVID, and it quickly took off, but they needed data. Those researchers said, we need data. Because we don't know. This is so new, we don't know. So one of the things was the so-called Virus Outbreak Data Network, VODAN. And in that network, which was part of the Go Fair initiative, FAIR was already mentioned a couple of times today. Essentially, they provided the metadata for data sets. So if I were a hospital and I had data on COVID, then I could use this standard to at least show to others what kind of data I had. What kind of data is it? Well, this is actually the only picture of real data I can show you here, because it's confidential. But what do you see here? First of all, on top you see X-ray images of lungs, people's lungs. And this was one of the things. So people were admitted to the hospital, they got an X-ray, and okay, what has happened there? And you have to interpret those images. Second thing is, for the various stages of COVID, there can be symptoms. Could be somebody having a cold, somebody having fever, dry cough, and so on. And there were all kinds of measurements being done. And you can see those here at the bottom. So for instance, what kind of proteins were in the blood of those patients. So these were all data points that these hospitals had. And unfortunately, at the end, it was sometimes a cessation of life. So it was also, okay, how does this evolve over time? We can make it more complex, big data, okay, if you add in the treatments, because you also would like to know what kind of treatments were given to those patients to be able to assess what treatment would work in which kind of circumstance. So you get lots and lots and lots and lots of data points, as you can see. Now, we did two things. First of all, there were people having algorithms to analyze that data, but they didn't have the data, so how can we bring that data to the algorithm? Second thing, and that was especially true for those X-ray images, that's highly confidential, sensitive. We cannot share those things as such, so why not bring the algorithm to the data instead of the other way around? So this is what we did. And we started, and this is the nice thing about it, really with the basic IDS setup, which is the same, not only here for the healthcare data space, here for COVID, but also for mobility, for manufacturing, and so on. And this is what it looks like. We started to equip organizations with a connector. We've heard about that today. And we gave them a digital identity. So we knew that this connector was linked to that hospital, that research institute, and so on. Those connectors were linked to existing data sources. So systems in the hospitals where this data was collected and stored. So now, through this connector, it was made accessible under certain conditions in the network. But the network also needed some functionalities. And, well, I would say read the reference architecture model of IDS to know much more about it. But essentially what you would need is some sort of registry to know which data is where. If I need to have data on certain patients, in which hospital can I find that data? So on a network level, there was a shared role, and we provided them with that as a sort of an address book for this data. And finally, we created a data app, which is a sort of an algorithm which you could use to analyze these X-ray images in the network, and as you can see, that was distributed over all of the hospitals. So this is the most important picture. I'm going to show you lots of tech stuff after this, but remember this, because this holds true for healthcare, but also for many other domains. It's exactly the same. So, we're starting off. This is a picture of the Netherlands. We served as an identity provider here. I mean, this was a quick start. We also served as a registry, as TNO, and we had all different hospitals, basically starting with the connector, adding an identity to it, and adding their metadata to the registry. So we would know which data was stored in which hospital. And we did that with several hospitals and also with the university doing research on it. They got an identity and they registered their data sets with the shared registry. Step 1. Okay, step 2. We want to bring data to an algorithm. So in this example, we still have the same picture here, and here in Amsterdam, as you can see here in the middle, they wanted to do analysis. So what they could do was reach out to all of the hospitals, ask, I want to have this data. The hospitals had the connector, they had the identity, and they could decide whether or not to share their data, in this case, with the algorithm of the Insitute in Amsterdam. They were, let's say, the owners of the data, and they could say yes or no. But we did something else, and going to be a bit more technical here. Sparkle queries. Anybody in AI? Sparkle queries? Yeah, some of you, okay. Querying data, important thing. So normally, if you have a big database, you can query the big database. But in this case, it was spread all over the place. It was with all those hospitals. So instead of firing one query to one database, we allowed them, through the IDS connectors, to do this over all of these connectors. So I could select, for instance, I only want to have data on male between a certain age with a certain condition, and please give me that information back. Well, that's shown here. So we have the research connector where I can fire that query, and it will go to all of the individual connectors of the individual hospitals to get that data. Just going to quickly forward. So I think you get the point. So then you can get that data. But sometimes things are maybe a bit more difficult. Because it's more difficult to anonymize and so on. So let's also have the option to, I think I need to forward this. To bring the algorithm, here it is, to bring the algorithm to the data. I think there is a, I need to forward it. So, what I'm going to do and try to show you here is image recognition. So think a bit about what I said about these long X-ray images. Of course, I cannot show you these, so I took a more simple example, and those are numbers. You see them here, numbers 0, 1, 2, and so on. And that's just here for the example. So in the experiment we did this with X-ray images. Here we're doing it with numbers. So let's say I have lots of pictures of numbers out there, just made with a phone, pictures. Then there are algorithms which can analyze those pictures and can be trained to learn this is a 1, this is a 2, this is a 3, and so on. And this is exactly what we want to do with those X-ray images. We want to know if this is an X-ray image, what kind of stage of COVID does this patient have? Or what kind of treatment would fit in this? But basically a classification of those images. So what you normally do is you share all those images, you send them to a big database, you put your algorithm on it, and you start learning. And so the algorithm then knows, okay, this is it. But in this case, we couldn't do it, because it was classified information. It was confidential. It was with all these hospitals. So instead, what we did was that we sent the training to all of the individual hospitals. Again, tech demo, you'll see. So it's going to run, I think. It should run. Doesn't run. That's the problem with demos. I can explain it to you. So what happened was that this learning algorithm through the IDS connector was shared with each of the hospitals. So in each of the hospitals, the analysis started to take place. And what was returned to the Research Institute was not all these pictures, but it was an algorithm. Ah, here it's running. It does. It was an algorithm. And that algorithm could be integrated, because if you do the analysis in multiple hospitals, then you can combine those results and come up with a much quicker algorithm, a much better algorithm. And that is something that you can then, through this very same connector, send back to all the hospitals so that they can do the analysis on those pictures again. Bit of complex, maybe in the coffee break I can explain it in more detail for this. But to me this shows the importance of data sovereignty and also the importance of new technologies to do this. We couldn't have done this if we had said to all these hospitals, let's put it in a centralized database. We could only do it in this way through the IDS connector. And that brings me, I mean, time's too short here, but also with some key takeaways here. It always starts, and it applies in this healthcare case, and also in many other use cases that we see, with a clear business objective. We saw that in mobility, we saw that in smart cities, probably you have a societal objective there. That's where it needs to start. With us here, it started with researchers wanting to do research on COVID. That's a clear thing. And data sharing as such is not the objective. It always has to do with a business or societal objective. Second thing is that you can only do it, in my view, if you bring together the right stakeholders. In our case, these were the hospitals, because otherwise, what sense does it make? You have to have them on board really from the start. And actually, that's what I like here with the launch of the urban data space, that you are now able to do that for urban data here in Bulgaria. Thirdly, we were able to discuss with them the specifics of COVID and analysis and all these things, because the connector was already available. And this registry for data and identity and all of that, because we had already done that in many different other domains, in industry and manufacturing and so on. They use exactly the same connector. And that really helped us to get a lot of speed when we started this initiative. But then I repeat myself, some new technologies, like the sharing of this algorithm, which I showed, which was really new for this, they can make a difference. We were able to do some things which we otherwise could not have done. But to close off, in my view, data sovereignty is really at the heart of it all. So if, in this case, we had not been able to convince these hospitals that through this approach, the data was secure and trusted, and it was compliant with all the legislation, they wouldn't have done it. Even in this, let's say, very pressing COVID situation. But because we could prove that data sovereignty is guaranteed, we could do it. And that's why I chose today the healthcare scenario, because I think this is where this is the most pressing issue. So thank you, and with that, I give it back to you, Christoph.
Thank you very much, Mateev.
Yeah.
Thank you for also taking us on your journey into another domain, showing us that still the same principles are of relevance. So We also have the same structure that we find here as in any other domain where you need data sovereignty. So thank you very much again for these insights. And I can already tell you we will continue also a little bit in our discussion that we now have in the panel, where we can set up the chairs now already, where we also have representatives that know a bit more about health and the issues and how it is currently approached. So we did not only switch domains a little bit, we also made a smooth transition, so to say, towards more the business in data spaces topic, which is actually the topic that I like most after the tech stuff. That is always great. So also the next panel that we will have here will deal with this, and we want to try to elaborate on the business within data spaces from different perspectives. So I'm glad to welcome here on stage with me Maria Barros-Weiss from IONOS. So welcome here also on stage. IONOS is in Germany one of the very large ICT providers. So I will be glad to talk with you a little bit more about the business that ICT providers in Germany currently plan to have in data spaces. Also with me here on stage, Christoph Mertens. He's founder and CEO of Taxi.me. So one of the mobility providers. So you see, we also still have here representatives of this domain with us. We have also with us from the Netherlands, Gerard van der Hoeven, coming to the stage. He's executive director of iShare. We already got to welcome on stage, yeah. So we already got to know you a bit more on the pitch during the lunchtime. So glad to have a more in-depth discussion with you here. And last, not last but not least, the second last person, Joro Penchev, working for one of the large ICT providers here in the market. So for Astea Solutions, welcome on stage. I think you have many different hats had already in the positions, so let us discuss on the current role just in a bit. And last but not least, now finally, Radoslav Risov. I think pronunciation is really not my thing. I'm very sorry for mispronouncing your names. Welcome on stage, have a seat, and get comfortable here. So, we left off with the example of how could data spaces work in the health sector. Yeah? The thing is, it always needs many different layers of solutions in here, which also brings many different business opportunities. So there's a business in data spaces in any domain for many different players. So Michael from the mobility data space presented this idea of having a large ecosystem of many different players, from those who are willed to share data, from those who are providing applications, from those who are providing technical solutions. I think we have here with this round, and this is what we will discover now throughout our discussion, also representatives of these different layers. Yeah? And I would like to get some more insights from you, Joro, about your perspective from ICT provider, with also, as I know, some more background on the health domain maybe even. And one thing that I found on your website, actually, so on Astea's website, is a very nice slogan. Wait a second. It says, we turn innovative ideas into software products. So I think this is rather a statement that we need here today. And yeah, why don't you share a little bit your ideas on how to turn these great ideas that we had seen today throughout the day into real products. Joro.
Thank you, Christoph. And thank you for the wonderful event. I think it is going great so far, and very exciting to see a data space finally under steam in Bulgaria. Very briefly about Astea. We are a Bulgarian SME of about a little less than 200 employees, and we work a little bit on the local market, but primarily in the United States. And so we can pretty much compare what's going on in Europe versus the US in terms of data. We focus very much on ETL, on data processing, R&D, algorithms, and AI on data. And so health is one of the verticals where we have been able to do a lot of projects. For example, telemedicine, pathology prediction, medical computer vision, pharmacy recommendations. And so in all of these fields, we have had the opportunity and even the necessity, maybe, to work with different sources of data. Sometimes public data, sometimes data from other business parties, and obviously individual data, usually from devices in this day and age. And so for us, and for me in particular, the concept of a data space is pretty much an obvious necessity. And definitely value generation from data coming from different sources is the way to go. As you mentioned, I have had the luxury to work on data sharing and value generation from data from different angles. I've done it from the NGO side, on the domain of open data and public data sharing. I've done it obviously on the business side. I've also had the opportunity to work on policy making in the domain of data in both the municipal government and the national government. And I was actually pretty happy to hear today from the Ministry of Innovation, from the Statistical Institute, the two of the instruments that I have been able to significantly contribute to have been brought up. This is the monitoring tool, which is very important for evidence-based policy making, because after all, we need also to convince the institutions to provide data in a way, and this is one of the paths. Yeah. But also on the program for innovation, which will actually have to be used to implement data spaces on a national level in the EU-specific domains in Bulgaria. And so it is really heartwarming on the previous panel to see here representatives of researchers, NGOs, business, people from the institutions, and definitely this is giving me hope that we are going in faster steps. But going back from the business perspective, because this is the topic of this panel, obviously, as every business, we have faced the similar challenges that have been brought up already in discussions. Probably most of all, trust, and the question of data sovereignty, and how individuals and businesses can control what happens with the data that they are providing. Small facet of this, particularly in Bulgaria, is the lack of trust in public institutions, because when you want to cooperate with public institutions and reuse public data, and then the question of what happens to the data that the businesses provide have been really an obstacle for businesses to cooperate with public institutions. And as has been mentioned, the RAM and what IDSA provides in terms of reference and technology, open source, which is great, I think is a really great solution to this, because if you technologize trust, then everything becomes a little bit more easier. Apart from trust, I think the great question from a business standpoint is obviously the cost of investment, because historically, especially older businesses have structured and storing data in a way that's specific to their system. And so you have to pass through different levels of transformation before you can achieve interoperability that's meaningful. And so this is obviously an investment. So there has to be a significant business case to invest in storage, in transformation, setting up the systems, in clearing houses as part of the model. And so I believe having all of this, maybe not for granted, but at least in a very reliable manner and standardized manner coming from an international authority, and then replicated on the national level, and then as a virtual space that businesses can trust and can leverage an investment that has already been made, is a really great incentive for businesses to take part in a data space. Healthcare in particular, because the health data space is probably where we have been more active at. Apart from the data sensitivity, which Mr. Punter brought up, obviously health data is very, very sensitive, and so you have to have the highest levels of security, even in terms of legislation, and you have to comply. So I won't corroborate too much on that. But two other questions that are maybe less often on the spotlight. Medical data can be very big, so it is costly to store and costly to operate with, especially when we're talking about medical imaging, which is one of our domains. And so there is huge amounts of data that you can't really analyze in real time. So you have to have a very good data transfer and intermediate storage facilities. And that is one of the particular challenges, I believe, in the sector. Maybe same for the urban data space because of geodata. Another aspect is the legal requirements, not just in terms of sensitivity, but generally speaking, is very sovereign, especially in Europe. And so, for example, when we're working with companies in the US, it's not really possible for us to store medical data in Europe and vice versa. So you have to work with that. And again, a standardized way to go about this is very beneficial. And last but not least, the integrity of data is really very important in the healthcare scene, because when you do any sort of medical decision-making and a recommendation, you really can't afford to go wrong. So you have to trust in the reliability of data. The data is clean, the device's measurements have been taken in a proper way, which is very dubious when they're self-made by the individual patient, that they're described by the standardized set of metadata, and that we can run them through a standardized checks of reliabilities. And so I believe in the health sector, this is also a very important point, and happily, I think a really functional health data space provides a solution to all of these challenges. And so we as a company have also been happy to cooperate with the Gate Institute and to work towards joining the Bulgarian data space.
I think with what you now presented, you already hit a sweet spot of the discussion that has to happen. It's the mix of the things that are possible in a sector like health, thanks to architectures like we saw today and discussed today intensely, and policy making, rule making, and law making. These are things that, if you combine it, are coming to very interesting discussions in the health sector. So I know that Maria is also working with IONOS in a project together with us that is called HealthX, from the Gaia angle funded project on German level, where we have these discussions on what is technically possible, and then all of a sudden people stand up and start screaming, no, 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 we cannot do it, it's forbidden. Yeah? So Maria, what are your learnings from this field of data spaces in health, and how is IONOS making a business with it?
Thank you. So IONOS is a cloud provider, international cloud provider, and therefore being on the infrastructure side and on the cloud infrastructure, public cloud infrastructure, we need to better serve our customers, or serve our customers the best way that their business digital transformation and business cases can come to market. And most of the times these are value chains involving different stakeholders, and therefore data spaces are very important. And yes, healthcare, health, financial sector are sectors that are particularly specific and difficult because it has many requirements, right? As cloud providers, we participate in different initiatives that allow us to, via the architecture, serve this data spaces ecosystem. And this means, these buzzwords were heard already along the day today. This means creating, from the technology side, provide solutions that allow for sovereignty, first of all, and here we spoke already about needing to respect the sovereignty in the different countries, Europe, but also particular countries in Europe, and also business cases that come beyond Europe, right? That partners that have cases in Europe, but also with partners outside Europe. And then interoperability, because then it's interoperability between providers, service providers, but also infrastructure providers, but also interoperability with the sectors, with the end users, and with the providers of the data. And this is also part of the infrastructure responsibilities to create the technology that will allow this interoperability. And then the trust that was here mentioned, that brings it all together. So we need technology that brings this trust by design, that brings the security by design, privacy by design, interoperability, sovereignty by design. And IONOS is putting efforts in different sectors in order to serve these sectors and these customers. And we are joining different initiatives like IDSA, GaiaX, that are now putting together the stakeholders, the critical mass, in order to work not only among technologies, but also with the regulators, like it was here mentioned, because this is also very important, that the regulations are on our side, right? To make all these ecosystems possible. HealthX, it's one of our projects for the health sector. It's a funded project in Germany, but intending to create solutions that will be international. Germany is a particular example where we find these difficulties because it's a federal state. So we don't have only German rules, we have rules per state. And this in healthcare, this is particularly difficult. Doesn't make it easy. And therefore, there we are working with the stakeholders from the healthcare in order to overcome these regulations.
So as an ICT provider, I think you have some sort of specific challenges also that sometimes seem to cover the entire picture, sometimes are able to nail it down to a more, we are those who operate within our server parks, soft infrastructure.
We are the enablers.
Like enablers, yeah? So you're not the ones building the connector by yourself and then selling it to companies as a service, maybe. I don't know, yeah? Let's see how it evolves.
It's part of the infrastructure, right? It doesn't mean that it needs to be built alone.
Yeah.
But yes, our idea is to be agnostic of the different technologies that the different customers and sectors need.
So how is the approach here in the Bulgarian market from an ICT provider perspective? Hristova, what is your take on making a business with data spaces, and you're also part of this urban movement now? How's your approach in it to make a business?
Yeah, well, Telelink Business Services is the largest system integrator on the market. Apart from being the pure system integration business, we also participate quite heavily in Horizon Research and Innovation initiatives. We currently have 2 ongoing projects with Fraunhofer, and we've been in consortiums with TNO, with VTT. So I can give a short example of what we did a couple of months ago. In 2019, we developed a project which was about the launch of on-demand public transportation. 2 years later, the e-buses are here. The municipality is ready to launch the initiative, but at some point we needed to update the mobile application, which was developed by a startup company, spin-off from Telelink. We needed some vital data. Part of the data was provided by the municipality, but we were missing a key point. We were missing the habits of the citizens. So it took us roughly 8 months to get real data out of one of the big telecoms, due to the fact that we needed to sign a couple of contracts between the different stakeholders to explain at least 15 times why we need this data, how are we going to use this data, and so on and so forth. Luckily, we now have the data, and we've been developed this app by models developed by Sofia University and with the collaboration of the municipality. So we have a quadruple helix model working in practice. But to me, the perspective is that if we do have a working data space, we would dramatically decrease the time, which to me is the most sensitive and the most important aspect of sharing the data. We don't need the data in 2 years' time. We need it now. If we want to become a forefront on a global scale as a continent, as a European Union, and our businesses to thrive, we need to catch up the companies from China and the companies from the US who already have the data. So with the help of the data spaces, we see a huge opportunity to decrease dramatically the time of how we collaborate and how we share the data. And yeah, that's how we see it. From our perspective, we see it as an ICT provider, more on an enabling part, the company that will basically translate the business value to the customer, to our customers, and additionally, how we create or develop the connectors to our customers in order to be shared.
Yeah, thank you very much for these insights. Yeah, so I think we now had 2 different perspectives, 3 different perspectives, 2 from ICT, 1 more from the software side also. Let's move to you, Gerard. Boom, there you are. Regarding soft infrastructure. So like what the ICT providers would provide you as a environment to deploy software. Is that what you really need for your business on the soft infrastructure, so to say, with things like Paris or satellites, how you also call it in the iShare ecosystem? How would you imagine the soil that you need, and what is the business that you make on top of it?
So, thanks, and good to be here, and good to have a bit less noisy room right now. So iShare clearly is not a for-profit or a non-profit, and good to have that clear. We're a foundation founded back in 2015 already to enable parties to exchange data without the hassle of one-on-one contract. So it's a good point that you already mentioned that. The legal umbrella is really helping, and that's really one of the soft elements that you actually need. It's not technology, it's organizing that all parties work on the same legal terms as a generic aspect, but also per data space have their own specifics. So specifically for health, you can have additional aspects to it, but everybody works on the same principles and the same licenses of data exchange. But that only works if there's trust, of course, in the participants. So knowing who is on the other side. And that is partially indeed technology and knowing that there's a connector on that side, but it's also if there's a validation point, you can verify those credentials of a participant, whether they actually signed a contract, whether they actually deposited a certificate. That governance part, that is done basically within the Paris, so within the iShare satellite, which is distributed but helps data spaces to set up their own governance. And I think that's where there's a business side to those data spaces, of the data space operators, because with the use of that component, you can actually manage all those participants, but also have a subscription model to those participants because there's cost associated in developing that data space. But I think the key thing that we've done now in terms of connecting the soft infrastructure with a bit of hard infrastructure, which is self-hosted at any of the service providers, is that it's not a silo. It's a network, so you can actually validate, hey, what party is in another data space. And with that, create interoperability from a legal perspective, so you can validate, hey, that party has signed the same level of agreements, but can also validate from an organizational perspective, hey, that guy is actually trusted, it's onboarded by that data space, so I'm assured that they use the same processes. So I think that's in terms of where that soft infrastructure connects to the hard infrastructure and allows you to work with different technical operators and have the same level of trust.
I think one thing that you also brought in addition to the table that goes on top of hard infrastructure, soft infrastructure, is the topic of governance, right? So clear processes for participants to have a clear picture on how you can display your data, your services, when is it not okay to make use of data? Yeah, these things seem to be also very important, right?
True. Yeah, so have the same procedures in onboarding those organizations. But on that basis, that is basically the soil that you have to do, well, data sovereignty. And there's a multitude of explanations of data sovereignty, but in some cases, it's really crucial that an organization, a legal entity, can actually explicitly give you access to a data set that's somewhere else. In a lot of discussions, the data provider is also the data owner, but in most of the cases that we are involved in today, the data provider is actually, well, a service provider like a utility or a telco, and where the client of that telco or the client of that utility needs to stay in control. And that's where governing that part, how to use those organizations and allow those organizations to authorize others, is also a key part in the whole governance structure. And that's what we help data spaces as a nonprofit, how to set up that procedures, the legal part, build on the same legal baseline, and help to set up your Paris as a starting point of your governance.
So I really feel that we so far tackled business perspectives from the infrastructure viewpoint. Yeah, so like we talk a bit about Paris and governance and the general architecture type and how to make a business by providing the right infrastructure, soft and hardware. But let's maybe also hear the voice of those who are in the future providing services that are already used, if I got it right. So you as representative and CEO of TaxiMe, you're already making a business, right? So it's nothing that is just a concept on slides, but you already are in the process of earning money with data, information, connecting those who are in demand for mobility service with those who provide a mobility service. So I maybe a take from your side as one of the potential contributors to a flourishing ecosystem with a specific service. How do you see data spaces would help you in this? Would the business be bigger, better, cheaper, larger, smaller? So what do you think will the impact be on your already existing service?
So as a co-founder and CEO of TaxiMe, I see our success in the last 10 years being #1 mobile taxi service in Bulgaria, mostly because we are client-centric and data-centric from day one. It's been really important to be data-centric because we started as focusing very much on the quality of service and the TaxiMe ranking that is giving a chance to every one of us, the users of the TaxiMe service, to chip in their evaluation of the service, which helped us with the millions of rides that we have had during these years to improve more and more the quality of the service. But this was from the very beginning. After that, we added with the growing volume of thousands of drivers and hundreds of thousands of passengers, we added more and more usages of data that we collected. And now we managed to optimize the coverage in the city with a heat map. That is, we are moving the drivers to the places where we need them more, where the passengers need them more. We are also using data-based dispatch, which is optimizing in every second which driver to suggest to passengers. So all of this is really based on data. Going back to your question, can we do this even faster? Yes, we can. Should we? Yes, we should. Looking at how and why the European Union was created, it's about freedom of mobility of people, goods, funds, and we should definitely add data to this data set of funds, people, and goods, because this is the new value. The more and more value everyone is seeing in the data that is collected in a myriad of ways. So there is no way that we can be globally competitive. When I say we, I mean European companies and countries all together, without ensuring that there is a free flow of data between different entities in the market. Yes, other regions of the world have did it in a different way. They have concentrated data in certain companies, but we have our European way of doing it. We need to stick together and work together in a more and more efficient way. So infrastructure is really important because this is where the efficiency is coming from, be it legal, be it technical, but it's also important to focus on the business side of it. Being myself at the head of a marketplace, a data space is a marketplace. Being at the head of a marketplace, I understand very well that infrastructure and the stability and scalability of it is important, but having the supply and the demand of it and managing to connect these is really the key to success. So we need to do everything possible to put on the data space wagon more and more organizations that can offer data and that can use data in new and innovative ways like Taximi and many other companies in the world. So yes, we need to do this, both on the private front and definitely on the public front. I want to see more public entities sharing. When I say freely, I don't mean for free, but sharing in a more efficient way the data that they have collected with
under controlled
our
circumstances, right? So you share, but you don't give it away for free. It's more like controlling in this environment what can happen with the data, right?
It is important that, I mean, a speaker earlier today mentioned that it's not about use cases. Use cases are lame. Business cases are what we want to discuss here. So it is a business. It is a business for public entities as well, and they should be able to get the funds to continue doing what they do for all of us. So it's not about giving it away for free, but it is about doing it in an efficient way so that we can speed up the development of innovation in our country, in our city, in the European Union, so that we are more competitive. We need to do this.
You want to react on this?
Yeah, so maybe I have a good example of where this actually is happening, where the government is in need of energy consumption data, the one I just mentioned, but now specifically, it's business energy consumption, which already is stored at the different energy providers and grid operators. And the government is now driving in a data space method to get access, to get authorization to the energy consumption of those businesses. As a first business driver, hey, you don't have to report to me, you don't have to bring those silly reports to me anymore. I'll just pick up the data and do the processing myself. But really the next stage after this process is also other organizations, companies, starting to provide new services based on that energy consumption. And now we're really starting. So I think there's also a role for the governments to start with those fairly simple use cases, business cases. Mikael said that rightly. So start with that, and with that create a plateau for so many other opportunities. And they're not within a sector, they're usually cross-sector. I think that's where the real value is with what we're jointly building.
I like the spirit to rather talk about business cases than use cases. So thank you, Michael, for bringing this up. That's exactly the way we have to continue the discussion. Yeah. So the discussion about use cases took us where we are in the past half decade. I would say it's important, and I think also it still has its relevance in certain areas. But if we want to inspire those from different sectors to bring in their data, to earn money with this, to bring in services to earn money with this, we have to talk about business cases, right?
And it's hard to imagine what combinations people can do if the data is available. I mean, in Taximi, we use the data in many ways. It's hard to see where innovation is coming from. Sometimes it comes from areas where you don't expect it to happen. So openly allowing people to see what is available, it opens their mind to use and come up with use cases and business cases that we don't even imagine at the moment.
That's a good point. I think it's, yeah.
I wanted to step back a little and elaborate on what Hristova mentioned about public data not being necessarily free, and how to involve public institutions in making better value of public data that is not necessarily free. Because in our discussions also with GATE, this has sometimes been a point of confusion in the general public, whether public data is the same as open data. But obviously not necessarily, because a public investment can generate all sorts of data that are being used for policy making and other purposes. And if we go back to healthcare, obviously, and right now in Bulgaria as of this year, health data of individuals is being stored in a public information system. This is obviously not public and obviously not free data and open data, but it is also data that the public institutions, the hospitals and businesses can all generate further value together if they can make use of this in an obviously anonymized, automated, aggregated way. For example, to predict pathologies, for example, to share information between different medical professionals, etc., etc. So these are the types of services that we don't need another public investment to replicate, which is already existing in business. And so it's rather useful to involve all interested parties in the same kind of value generation. And another also important point was being made about the US approach to data in general, and the concentration in a couple of well-known huge companies that are practically owning everything else. A good example is what we at Astea had as a use case or a business case. A part of our software is called Care Cardio. We do computer vision on medical images taken with a snapshot of a personal phone camera. Because sometimes IoT-enabled devices are not available, and in Bulgaria this is often the case, but still information has to be sent over to medical professionals, and if it can be reliably digitized, that's obviously beneficial for the entire EHR chain. And so this is another example of what I talked about, reliability of data. We have worked very hard to provide near 99% reliability of how to digitize the information, even from low lighting conditions. But then we have to store it somewhere. And so we are faced with a choice whether to implement a storing solution and invest, et cetera, or store it locally on the device, which is not ideal for separate reasons, and then offer the user of a phone the possibility to just upload it to a cloud solution of their own where they have an account, which is usually owned by Google or what have you. And so we are actually shifting away the responsibility to the customer, which is not well informed how to store their data and what happens with it when it's in a space owned by Google, for example, and what sort of legal implications are in place in these kind of cases. And so if we had a health data space with all this taken care of, this would be a very simple example of a well-established business case for us to participate and just leverage solutions that are already in place.
That is actually a very good point, and I had the discussion somewhere during a coffee break also with someone already having a platform, a solution, having many customers, yeah, and therefore many kinds of data sets. And I think that's exactly the point. Data spaces are not here to wipe away all the business that exists. So my Taxi.me is also a platform, marketplace that already has many data. And rather than saying, okay, guys, thank you for the good time that we had with you in the past decades, now it's data space time, I think it's more about embracing them. So anyone of you has a take on how to integrate these existing solutions into future data spaces? Any idea?
Interoperability goes towards that, right? Interoperability is exactly of creating solutions that allow different platforms and even initiatives that are already existing, business case that already existing, just to cover gaps that they still have or to overcome difficulties that have been facing so far and being able to evolve to a different scale now that the enablers are there, now that technology proportionates easier solutions, cheaper solutions, more efficient, more sustainable, and that allow a governance that in in the end in multi-tenant ecosystems, right? Because these business cases usually are multi-tenant, and a clear and transparent governance also allows the different stakeholders to identify their role and their benefits and their responsibilities in the business case.
Yeah, please.
So before doing Taxi.me, we were doing another marketplace, totally different business, but still a marketplace, similar dynamics. When you are starting up a marketplace, you need to build the supply side first. So whatever it costs, we need to get as much data as possible in there. Those public institutions that are at the moment selling data, they will continue selling data through the marketplaces, but in a more efficient way. That means same amount of transactions in less time and less effort, or even more transactions. So we need to make sure that everybody who has data and is selling data should jump into the data space wagon, because this will help them sell more of it. And it will help the organizations that are using the data to be more efficient. We mentioned here, and I can share myself, experience with months on end efforts to acquire some data that you can easily acquire in a few mouse clicks. But yeah.
I also saw you when Michael presented Mobility Data Space with his Free Now use case. You also sort of reacted a bit to this, since it's like also a mobility service provider, not only for, I don't know if it exists in Sofia, by the way, Free Now.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't, no? But in Europe it's in many
the
places.
German-speaking markets mostly.
Yeah, German-speaking markets, but also Great Britain. Yeah, maybe it's also here a new participant for the mobility data space, maybe with another perspective on the mobility service, and a co-opetition within this flourishing ecosystem to see what happens if you bring together the data from many different aspects.
I acquired the data with my phone, but
very good.
I would be happy to discuss it and exchange.
We'll bring you together during the next coffee break, I would say. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Gerard, you also wanted to add on this, I think.
Yeah, there was one thing that jumped to mind. That I've seen in a lot of projects that IT providers that basically run data services where the data is actually from a client, they sort of say, I'm not totally for this whole data space thing, because I make so much money on new integrations, new connections, and everything that I'm doing there. So how
interface business, right?
Yeah. So that's been a threshold, at least in some of the projects that we're involved in. And basically the turn now and how to explain, hey, there's actual value also for application service providers is exactly this point. Instead of going integration, and sell labor, it's just selling a service to those clients against a transaction model, which is much more profitable. But that really took a long time for parties like transport management systems, ERP providers, all those guys that have been in, well, sort of old business models, to get their head around, hey, this is actually an opportunity.
I think I don't know how you feel as service and infrastructure providers. I really sense in the upcoming new business there is also a loss of old business. Is that the case on your side? Do you feel like losing old parts in order to establish new businesses?
May I? Because it's easier to look from the outside.
Perfect, yeah. Do it.
Well, in your case, it was also evolution for a new type of doing the old business. I think evolution, in our case, IONOS, we were always trying to be at the front of technology, providing our own technology and collaborating with the partners in order to fit the requirements of the partners and of the customers, right? And about old business, in the end, IT is always about evolution, right? And in these data spaces ecosystems, we see this in all the technologies, because these data space ecosystems involve cloud, involve IoT, involve AI, involve big data, so lots of technologies that are in constant evolution, and the players need to evolve with the technology needs to evolve with the business evolution.
So the outside look now. Yeah. If you are selling or offering custom tailored solutions, you are much more labor-centric. If you are selling a platform or a service, you are much more product-centric. And if you have made your money most of your career by selling customer tailored solutions, you probably would have hard time switching because it is a paradigm shift. But to be on the more positive push side, it's a nice thing to have a service because it's not carefree, but it's much more carefree and definitely much more scalable. So if we want to be scalable, if we want to reach more and more markets outside of the little places that we do it in a very labor-intensive way, we need to do it this way. I mean, build platforms, build scale, products that have scale. That's it.
Yes. If I cannot just please kind of an inception maybe to what Hristo just said about the paradigm shift and the trust. We were speaking about data spaces being a marketplace. One of the presentation, I think it was yours, was just making that example. But to me, I would say that maybe data spaces are more like an Airbnb. If you can imagine 20 years ago, no one would thought that you would allow totally different strangers from all over the world get into your home or share a room with you, and that will be okay. Now, what we do with the data spaces, I think, is pretty much the same. Now we build trust. We allow...
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, we allow companies from all over the globe to access our data on a, of course, sovereign manner. But still, to some extent, if you go to the marketplace, you are already aware that you have a product. In my opinion, most of the data that resides within the companies is data that has no clue that might be valuable for a third party. And this is what we do. We just share the data and we allow the other to see what the benefit might be.
And if the customer who makes use of it also pays this cleaning fee at the end, I think we're good, right?
It's a win-win.
Perfect. So I think we can have a speed round. So maybe, I know it's hard, but try to put it into one sentence. How will you earn money, make business with data spaces in the upcoming months and years? So starting with you, Aurora, maybe one sentence on this, possible?
For us, offering a service as a part of a data space, as a building block, I think would be the most interesting way to go, and this is where we'll be heading.
Perfect, thank you.
Our perspective, definitely simplifying the complex by allowing our customers to realize the benefits of their data.
Perfect. Maria.
Providing the infrastructure and the services to partner with the partners that have their platforms that work in their specific sectors in order to provide them the technology needed to serve their functional requirements.
Thank you.
Make taxonomy algorithms even better to have an even better customer experience.
And bring it to the mobility data space to earn money there. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So we're a non-profit still, but
you still have to make a business, right?
No, so I think it's role-based. It's all federated. So this also allows so much new roles and hence new services to be started, new companies to build, authorization registry services, marketplace services, just focused on that specific role. That offers so much new opportunities for entrepreneurs as well. So I think that's the answer. That is not the world of researchers. It's the world of new types of entrepreneurs utilizing the data, but also utilizing the roles.
Perfect. So I don't know how you feel. Thank you for this exquisite panel discussion here. Thank you for being here on stage. I feel like having a coffee with you and discussing further. If it's not someone of you takes this group of people to set up yet the next initiative and data space to make a business, I will do. So take the chance during a coffee to get into business discussions.
Hi Ed, can you see me?
Hey Lars, hello, how are you?
Doing well. So we had a great, inspiring day, and so we are all well boiled so far, but now, therefore, let's have a relaxed conversation to wrap up the whole day. But I can tell you good news. We really got a lot of things going, and we really worked on convergence and our joint story, and we promoted the DSSC a lot. So that was really a good success. So we will share with you later on. So.
Fantastic. As I say, I'd love to be there today. Unfortunately, I was unable to get a flight that would get me to Sofia and back in time, but I'm very much looking forward to visiting in the future.
Yeah, that was really challenging, I think, for a lot of us. So my flight was cancelled as well. So therefore, yeah, well, great to have you. And, well, I tell you, we are on stage. So therefore, I will make an official introduction first before we continue our small talk, okay?
Sure.
Is it possible that I can see Ed here on the screen? No? Okay. Good. So, the audience, so great that you are back from coffee break. Well, this smart guy on the screen, this is Edward Curry. He's professor for data science. He's a true expert. And he's a professor at the University of Galway in Ireland. He's also director of the Insitute Research Center for Data Analytics, director of the Data Science Institute, and he's also, beside his scientific career, he's working on European stage. He's vice president of the Big Data Value Association. We've heard about BDVA a lot already today. And, well, Ed is one of the persons who really drive BDVA and data spaces in Europe. So you can witness this. So some weeks ago, he has published a great book on data spaces. It is an open access publication, so you can read the whole book, 368 pages or so, online as PDF. This is a great read. And, well, as you can derive, Ed Curry is also well, one of the fathers of the Data Spaces Support Center. We have been crafting this from the very beginning, teaming up as team data spaces. So therefore, yeah, really a distinct expert for data spaces. Ed, I'm so happy that you're with us, that we have this conversation and can have like some thoughts and share them with the group.
I'm looking forward to it too, Lars.
Great. So, well, let us just get going, right? So, well, you can imagine we prepared it a bit. So, well, that is what I wanted to show. Ed, I don't know if you already have this sticker, Data Space Pioneer. We will send you some. You can. Please do.
I can hand them around.
Yeah.
It looks very good.
So all of you, yeah, you are all data space pioneers, and display it to the outside world because, well, we are really trailblazing something here, and people need help out there, and let's show that we are part of the inner circle. Ed, so we are talking about data spaces the whole day. From your perspective of, well, probably decades of scientific work, why is the concept of data spaces so important? Why is it a good idea? And why is it really something new?
Yeah, it's a great question, Lars. And I think the reason why it's so important is because if you look at our society today, we have so many challenges and so many problems. We have the world's leaders sitting in Egypt at the moment at the COPE conference. They're trying to figure out how we're going to solve the climate change problems that we have. We have energy challenges in Europe. We have food challenges around the world. We have these big challenges that we need to face as society, and we need to find solutions. And when we start looking at digital technologies, a lot of us, computer scientists, data scientists, people who work with technologies can see how data can be part of those solutions. But one of the big problems that we have is, well, how do we, first of all, get the data to be able to analyze it? How do we share that data to be able to work with partners to solve real world problems? And that's a really significant challenge. There's lots of great ideas out there, but either we can't get access to the data or we can't get access to enough of the data to be able to solve those problems or to be able to provide solutions. And that's where data spaces is really trying to provide a game-changing opportunity for us. How do we make it simpler to share and exchange data between individuals, organizations, within a trusted regulatory regime with technology that's interoperable, so that people can start not worrying about where they're going to get the data or find the data, but to know that they have a supply of data and they can then start trying to provide some of these solutions to these big challenges that we have. So when we think of all of the wonders of AI and the wonders of data-driven innovation, none of it's going to happen unless we actually have large-scale data sharing infrastructures in place. That's there in the same way that electricity is there, that water is there, that we have roads and public transport. We need that level of certainty around this infrastructure. And if we have it, then I think we can see a lot of these transitions that we're trying to go through, these types of innovations that we need for our society, become much more feasible and much more plausible as well. And it also opens it up to more people participating to provide solutions as well. So I think it's really critical to enabling this transformation that we need to go through. It's no longer a choice, it's an imperative. And I think data spaces will be probably one of the key enablers, if not the key enabler, to a lot of these solutions that we need.
Yeah, that is also what we witnessed today. So we had great presentations here from Mobility Data Space, from the Smart City in Finland. We heard about the health COVID system in the Netherlands. So I think it got clear that data spaces are, well, the next big thing. So we were also discussing about well, the business value of data spaces. So also we discussed about the benefit for society, for the welfare of all of us. But let's focus a bit on the business aspect. So right before we had a panel of 6 people from industry who explained why it makes sense to make business with data spaces or in data spaces better. But well, if we imagine we have a Bulgarian company here, or we have any European company, so it's still a bit complex. So what does it need for me as a company to join a data space? How can I prepare my own organization? What needs to be done? And you have, well, next to the book that you've published, you have also, well, set up a maturity index for data spaces. So maturity level indication for a company if it is easy or not so easy to join a data space. So if I'm a company, what do I have to do? What are the first steps to join a data space?
Yeah, absolutely, Lars. So I think it's a really great question. And I'd say the first answer should be, if you're a company and you want to join a data space, first people you should talk to should be the Data Space Support Center as an organization that's just started, okay? And I'm sure you've talked about that many times today. But you're really highlighting the challenges that exist here, because a data space is not just a technology. We have to think about this, that it's actually, it is a disruption that's going to take place for organizations, because the very business models that we use today in organizations will change, because the notion of entering a data space opens up possibilities for partnering, with your customers, partnering with your suppliers to be able to share data, to be able to create new value with that. So you also need to think about how your organization is going to be positioned to be able to look for opportunities that exist in the data space, to be able to identify where your company can gain value or can add value to your partners or to your customers by using a data space, and creating a culture inside your organization that is thinking about how we can actually work with not only our own data, but potentially all of the data from our suppliers, all of the data that's available in the data space. So this is not it's not simply a case of, well, we need to purchase the data space technology and install it in our company. It's a much broader challenge that needs to happen about how we actually create value in the organization, what our business model is, and what opportunities we can create and co-create with our partners there as well. And that means that it is challenging for organizations to do this, because it's not just about the CIO understanding what a data space is and how do I connect to it. It actually means all of your business units and your business leaders need to be aware of what a data space is and what kind of disruption and opportunity that can create for your company as well. The other thing to consider as well is that, and you've talked about it there, is that we're at the start of a journey. We really are the pioneers of this, and it's not going to be a short journey. It's not something that's going to happen in the next 12 months, but rather this is a very large-scale shift in data infrastructure that will affect all companies and all parts of our societies as well. So we have to recognize that we're on this journey together. Some companies in some sectors may be more advanced, other companies will just be beginning the journey. The great thing that the Commission have done is that they have created the support center, so they have a one-stop shop where people can start to understand what are the challenges that are here, what are the business challenges that I have, what are the legal implications that I have, what are the operational issues and the functional, the technology issues that you have around a data space and working with a data space. And the other thing is that depending on the sector of which your company is in, those challenges will be different, and data spaces will look different in different sectors. A health data space will look very different than a cultural data space, purely because of the nature of the data that's there and the type of organizations that are collaborating and working with each other. So if you're a new company and you're looking to get into this world, first thing I would say is, in Bulgaria, you've got a great team in the Gate Center. They're well connected all across Europe. You've got connections to IDSA and also now the Data Space Support Center as well. So connect to those networks first of all, and then start to understand, well, what is the data space about? What does that mean for me as an organization? But also, what does it mean for the sector that I'm operating in, whether it's mobility, health, tourism, energy, etc.
We talked a lot about the Data Spaces Support Center and the mission and the role in Europe. What triggers me most is what you mentioned just before, the business rationale behind joining a data space. So I do see that we could do more on that end. So really like clear, convincing case description why it is better with a data space than without. We are very much looking from a technical perspective on data spaces. Could we do more from the business perspective? Should we perhaps come up with an additional item so that we really can have very, very clear arguments?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point, Lars. And specifically, so our Data Space Support Center has just started its journey, and we're working on our starter kit now. And the very, very first question we're saying, the most important thing to start to answer is for people to understand what's the value of a data space. How do we derive value from a data space? And that requires you to ask questions about, well, what data is there, obviously, but who will benefit from that data? Okay, how do you capture the value of that benefit for the different participants that are in that ecosystem? How can you use that value then to ensure that you have the sustainability of that data space? So it's very much about putting the business case, the societal case first, understanding what that value is, who it benefits, who do we get involved, and then how can that value be shared to ensure that you create that sustainable ecosystem around your data space. And that can mean societal benefit if it's run by somebody from the public sector, from a government, but also business benefit, money for the actual participants if they're coming from the industry side, and then mixtures of both as well. And I think that's when we talk about being a pioneer, you've got technology pioneers, which is very much, we'll say a lot of people have been pushing the data space from a technology point of view, but you have business pioneers as well. And if you think of it, maybe the analogy doesn't help, but I remember pictures of Bill Gates with a tablet back in the early 1990s. No one really paid any attention to the tablet, but everyone knows when they see the picture of Steve Jobs with the iPad, everyone knows what that meant. And the only difference there wasn't really the technology, it was understanding the use and the value for the customers and bringing that value to them. And that value happened to be the iPad or the iPhone. I think that's the phase that we're in now. And it's really exciting because the technology is there. Sure, it can be improved. Sure, there's lots of research challenges for people like me in academia and our technologists. But there's so much potential now on the business side, on the problem-solving side of using this data. And that's where I think we're going to start seeing the business pioneers come out in the next, hopefully, couple of months and years. And it's up to us then to make sure that we look at those pioneering use cases, that we're sharing the best practices that come out of it, we're sharing the insights, we're sharing the lessons learned, things that didn't work, things that did work, to make sure that other sectors, other companies can benefit from that as well. And this is really what's great about doing this at a European scale, is that we're able to share those experiences, not just from the city or the country that we're in, but we're sharing them all across Europe. We're looking for those examples, we're looking for those business pioneers and those technology pioneers, bringing them together to share their experiences and hopefully learn from one another and create new opportunities together again. But you're absolutely right, it is the business pioneer now is what we're looking for to really articulate and bring this business value, societal value out of data spaces to everybody.
Okay, so let's take that in our 43-day plan of the Data Spaces Support Center. So this was the former 100-day plan that we had to shorten. Well, one important asset that we will deliver right away in the Data Spaces Support Center will be the starter kit. So, well, we have a great ignited, but also at the same time experienced Bulgarian community here. What can they expect from the starter kit? What will be in there? What will be the first point of interaction with the Data Spaces Support Center?
Yeah, thanks, Lars. So our starter kit was initially planned to be ready at month 6. And we're actually going to launch it at the end of this month. So I think about the 22nd, 23rd of November, we're going to launch our starter kit. So we're really bringing it out as quickly as we can. The important thing to think about with a starter kit is that it's the beginning of your data space journey. The important thing is to help people understand that a data space is multifaceted. It's a technology, yes, but there's many, many other things that need to be considered there. And the starter kit is going to help organizations and individuals to understand that multifacetedness of a data space. So technology, yes, what's the business value? What's the business model? What are the legal implications that are there? What are the operational challenges that you have when you start to run a data space? What are the functional challenges that you have when you actually want to deploy it and get people running it? All of these are actually quite complex areas, but the good news is that there's been a lot of work done by many people in different areas, and the starter kit is trying to bring that information together as your kickoff point so that you can at least start to look at this holistically, understanding that these are different issues you'll have to figure out. And in many cases, there may not be answers, but what we will do in the DSSC is to connect you with other people that are trying to solve that problem as well. So bringing together the community of experts and the community of practice around data spaces as well. The starter kit is your entry into that as well. So we're very much using it as a way of helping us understand all of the resources that are currently out there, recognizing that for this to be successful, we're going to be on a journey together, a collective journey of users, of technologists, of business innovators. So we need a community of practice around data spaces, bringing that together as well as a starting point. And then basically helping us connect to the state of the art and also to what we hope will be the state of the craft of people creating and building data spaces, nurturing data spaces, helping them evolve over time. Obviously, the starter kit won't have all the answers, but it is that beginning point for the journey of us collectively.
Yeah, so today the community here has launched the Bulgarian urban data space. So there's a new dot on our radar. This is really great, and I did not see that come like last year. So what what do you see coming, Ed? So what data space will really become real in the next half of a year? Well, what are your feelings so far?
Yeah, so I feel mobility and energy, I feel have a lot of momentum at the moment. There's a number of data spaces across Europe, and I think the urban data space there as well will touch on this, where there's a lot of expertise around working with those types of data sources, and there's been a lot of work done on creating those data spaces. I think there's a lot of potential there. I also think in the area of health, I think we can actually see an awful lot of developments in health data spaces as well. Very, very different types of challenges to energy and mobility, much more about the individual. The type of data is quite different, and potentially the scale of the data. If you start looking at things like CT scans, you're talking of terabyte-sized files that need to be looked at. So I think that there's a lot of diversity there in the different types of data spaces that are coming out. But at least in the first wave, I think the ones that look very strong, we're seeing many examples around energy, mobility, urban spaces, built environment. I think these are all very, very strong candidates. Yeah, so I think those are. I think what's going to be interesting, Lars, is when we establish these sectorial data spaces, how do we then start looking at the federation of those data spaces together? How do we start bringing the fact that, well, I'm an individual, and yes, I might have some of my data in an energy data space, I have some in the health data space, I have some in the urban data space as well. But then how do the applications that I create or the applications that I want to use start leveraging that data from all of those different data spaces? So that kind of cross data space perspective, I think, is something that's going to be very interesting. And I think that's where we'll actually see some real new opportunities, particularly for those business pioneers, to be able to look at creating new products and services at that level. So I think that there's a lot of, there's good momentum at the moment. But I think that the opportunity will keep growing and growing over the next couple of years.
Yeah, completely agree. So this cross-sectoral, true federated activities, this will definitely be key. I think smart cities or urban scenarios or however, this is a perfect role model because, well, naturally there is everything in there. So health, public transportation, public administration, manufacturing, tourism. So with that, and we have heard about this today, we also have to overcome this thing, okay, it's always easy, let's build a platform. We want to have a smart city, let's build a platform. And sometimes we talked, or we named it, the data space as a platform of platforms. So how do we really interconnect these data spaces, sectoral data spaces, which often might rely on a platform? And you have this term in your book, data platforms and data spaces are part of this of the same coin. This is something that I would like to discuss in the upcoming years, and we must see how that works. What are your ideas on this?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good discussion, Lars. So because the way I look at it is that not every data platform is a data space, but you can definitely see that a good data platform can enable a data space. But then when you want to connect multiple data spaces, you may not be working with the same platforms. So the interoperability point, I think, is absolutely critical. And initiatives like the DSSC, I think, will play a very important role there about trying to be pragmatic about interoperability. How do we achieve, what you want is interoperability with the least amount of interoperability that's needed to allow everything else to flourish. We don't want to standardize absolutely everything, but rather what's the minimum amount we need that creates the magic to allow us to connect as many things as possible while still allowing freedom, allowing people to innovate, to come up with new ideas and new ways of doing things. And like a really good example of that is the standardization around the web. Very, very simple standards have enabled so many things to happen. There is no standard for a web store, but there is a standard for web pages, HTTP, very, very simple things, but great things are created out of them. And they have interoperability at their core. I think the other interesting thing that we have, particularly in the data space area, is that we're looking at technology platforms or technology that helps us implement a data space. But at the same time, once you have the data there, you'll need to ingest that into some form of a data platform to process it, to be able to analyze it, to be able to build applications, to be able to run your business. And there's many data platforms out there that do that as well. So I think it becomes important for us to think about it in terms of how do we make it easy to be able to connect our data spaces and the enabling technologies we have there with the different types of data processing platforms that exist out there as well. And it's not, I think if we get to the point where we feel we can build one big platform in the sky where everything comes together, it's a nice idea, but it's a little bit of a fantasy as well. I think we will have to look at federation, interoperability. How do you connect things together? How do you make all of the kids play together as opposed to defining one platform that everyone absolutely must use? And I think we'll see that particularly now as we see all of these different data spaces developing in different sectors. They're going to use technologies that are specific for their sector. Medical will be different than industrial data platforms just because of the types of data processing they want to do, the types of challenges they have around maybe privacy or protection of IP. So there will be diversity there that makes sense for those sectors. The challenge, I think, for us within the data space sphere is how do you connect those? How do you make it simple for them to be interoperable? And the good news is there's lots of great work that's already been done in this space. So we're not starting from zero, but what we need to do is to be clever about what things we say. Well, these are the absolute key building blocks or the key standards that we need to enable everything, but not trying to standardize absolutely everything. So I think that's the challenge that we have to figure out together.
Yeah, great finding, and that unfortunately leads me to my last question. So as always, time runs. I would like to ask you a bit a visionary question, Ed. And we know that you have also been part of, well, like creating the web. So with your strong focus on semantics, well, on what train are we currently with the data spaces? How big will this thing be? So Tim Berners-Lee said the internet is broken, we need to fix it, and that is why he has set up Solid. I think we have a quite similar, but I would say a much more advanced approach with the idea of data spaces. I truly believe in this and think it can be really something new. If it's really a better internet at the end, I don't know. But, well, you are the person to answer that question. So how cool is the data space train?
How cool is it? So I think we're at a very interesting point in our society. We have data everywhere. Most of that data is not controlled by the person that created it. It's in other companies' silos all over the place. So what I think is really interesting with the vision that's coming from the Commission on data spaces is this notion of the regulatory aspects and the technology aspects coming together. So not looking at them in isolation. And I think that could be very interesting. If done correctly, this could be the way to empower the individual to control their data more, and at the same time, make it easier for data to flow around. And I think that's a real value to the individual user, to the individual person, to have that feeling of control on their data. I think is a very, very important thing. The other thing is, and I like the example for Tim Berners-Lee, is, you know, the web started off as like a 3-page document from a scientist in CERN, where he said, look, I need to be able to share documents more easily between all of these different scientists that I'm trying to support. So, you know, you can have large societal transformations taking place from very, very small beginnings. And I would say if that data spaces vision does happen, it will be as big as the web in terms of its transformation of society, because it effectively is looking at the part that's missing in the web. So the web is no good for exchanging data in the general sense. It doesn't have that level of capacity. But also, at the same time that we're trying to change, to enable the web to share more data, we're also then looking at, well, what's the regulatory regime we need around that? What do we want as a society our technology enablement to look like? And that's the part that I think Tim Berners-Lee is pointing out when he says that the internet is broken, that the web is broken, is that there is no regulatory regime around that. There is no accepted norms of what behavior is or how we want to be able to control or govern the web. So I think data spaces is trying to answer both of those questions at the same time. And that's why I think if we do this correctly, we can create the digital society with that data space at the core of it, because we're answering the core questions about interoperability, making data easy to move, making it good for innovation, but then also, well, what does it mean for my data to be out there? How do I interact with that? How, as me as a citizen, as a business owner, as a patient in a hospital, what rights do I have in this? And will that technology enshrine that for me? Will our governments enshrine that for me? These are really big questions to answer, but if we do answer them correctly, I think we can have a societal-wide disruption and an outcome as large or as impactful as the web itself.
Yeah.
No pressure, anybody. No pressure, pioneers in the room.
All start breathing again. Yeah, well, I hope that you made a lot of notes and put all of this on LinkedIn, because this is also what we need to do as Data Spaces Support Center, really take a position and be visionary and change society. Yeah, well, Ed, I could talk for hours, but all these people here, they want to kill me, and they ask for coffee, and they check the watch. So that was so great. Thanks that you took your time, also with this delay. Well, I'm so happy to see you soon. I think we see us in 2 weeks in Prague. Thanks a lot. I hope, so I'm convinced this was really inspiring. Thanks a lot, Ed. Have a great day and see you soon. Some famous last words from your side?
Cheers. No, thank you very much for the invitation. Delighted that the event is going so well. A quick hello to all the friends in Gate, Sylvia and everybody else. And just the final word is that the only way we're going to create this is to co-create it together. So when you leave the room, think about how you can participate, how you can join in with GATE, with DSSC, get involved, be pioneering.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I promise to bring you closer to coffee or whatever. With that, we've come to an end of this great event. Not yet, we are close. Sylvia, will you join me on stage for our joint closing address? And so definitely some question and answers. We will randomly ask some questions to you and hope you can answer them. No? Well, yeah. So did you see the handout? Well, Sylvia, I am really, we can take this microphone and share it, or? I was really energized by this day. As mentioned several times, I was really positively surprised to see this this energy and such a, well, at the end, very mature ecosystem. We have the next dot on our radar, and it's really a shining dot. So this is really great. I see this happening here and there. So I think we are on a good track with the data spaces. I'm personally happy that we have with Bulgaria and around Gate Insitute as a really focal point, an incredibly strong ecosystem, and well, we will tie it even more closely to the Data Spaces Support Center, to IDSA and all the initiatives. And well, obviously you have more ideas than just only the urban data space, well, I feel that I will be more often here in the future, which would be great. What are your thoughts, Sylvia?
Yeah, a lot of thoughts after today, a lot of people, as we are surprised in the morning, a lot of interest, and from different perspectives, different organizations. So like when we met last time in Brussels, now what's next day? So it's a great event, it's great energy, inspiration, but what's next? So our next steps with all those people who are here, who are thinking like in the same way. So what are the future business scenarios which we will further create here in Bulgaria?
Yeah, well, I think it was a great fit with all the different urban/city related initiatives all over Europe. So maybe we can also make a proof point of these interconnected data spaces. So we can immediately deliver that. I heard a lot about health during the day, so maybe this is also a next step. So I would like to, well, investigate if we can stimulate that. So we also have a lot of health-related activities around the Data Spaces Support Center in IDSA. So great presentation, Mateev. So well, this could be the next thing. So in 3 months we launched the Bulgarian health data space, maybe?
Not so short, but yeah, but definitely we're thinking in this direction, and there is a strong community and understanding both at the governmental level and also to people. So after COVID, a lot of people are more convinced and more open that the data spaces could help in our health. So in GATE, we're working in Alzheimer's disease. So it's one of the potential areas where we may start and attract more people around this and add some different data from different hospitals and also Europe.
Okay, so what also came to my mind is I was also intrigued by the many companies that were here on stage. So it is obviously, you do have the insight that data spaces can, well, push your business. So be it as a participant in a data space while sharing data, but also as service providers. So I saw a lot of service providers. This is also a thing that we need to see, that we build up a group of service providers of any kind, because, well, a Bulgarian company that comes up with a certain software component or with a certain service, well, this can be sold everywhere. And then we need to promote it also in all the other data space endeavors in other countries. And therefore, we can come up with more and more solutions to fill our blueprint that we have seen. And so I think this will create a new market. So the company, so let's really stimulate them. And then we can make them visible all over Europe and help promoting their services and offerings.
In Bulgaria, we have a tradition in IT, so a lot of IT companies, and currently they are really interested in this. And as we mentioned, we are just at the stage of minimum viable product, so a lot of else to be done according to the standards and specifications. So we are on this way, on this journey, we're in the beginning.
Yeah, one thing maybe to all these data space experts already in the room, but also to you, GATE Institute, we see a lot of big tenders coming of European scale. And well, I'm asked nearly every day about a consortium for this media data space, tourism here, manufacturing, rail data space. So it's essentially about billions. And I do not want to see always the same companies being there answering the tenders. So we need to bring in new companies, also startups, and well, for example, more Bulgarian companies. So this is also something that we should keep in mind in DSSC, so that we also enrich the market and not always end up with Atos and Capgemini doing all the European projects, but also, well, others.
Definitely we have capacity here, and we'll be happy to participate together in this community. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, and so all of you who feel that you are data space expert or data space pioneer, I identified some today. Please stay in touch or get really close to the Data Spaces Support Center. And, well, you are part of it. We need the expertise. We need the experts. We need them so that we can help others. So there's so much to do, and all these endeavors, they need not to start from the very beginning. We can help them, but this depends currently still on people. And we need to bring and make these people visible so that we can really build data spaces. So therefore, those who are really keen or about data spaces, let us know. And for example, Christoph, he's currently coordinating the data space expert group within the Data Spaces Support Center. He needs help, and I think we can team up there.
And thank you very much for your support today and to bringing this concept and idea to our community. And I think that will be, after this event, will be more and stronger believer on this.
Yeah. So we do not want to artificially prolong this conversation, although it's really nice. We have avoided question and answers throughout the whole day. It was like a little bit like, we do not know. Are there any questions open? Do you want to raise any issue? Do you want to ask us or some of the colleagues in the room?
The question is, there was a lot of talk in these kind of data spaces about some of the data that's currently held in silos in like big companies and stuff like that. And I think one of the biggest challenges to get this initiative to a success overall globally is to figure out how to get those data that's historically gathered in these silos into the data spaces. Do you have any ideas of how you want to tackle that particular challenge?
I don't know if I got your question correctly.
So yeah, what I meant is that, like, for example, Google, Facebook, and other like big corporations now hold a lot of data, and what would be their incentive or their business model in order to get this data out of their silos and to the people that actually want to use it, but at the same time also, I mean, how would we solve the issue with like who owns the data? Like this data was generated by other people and right now it's in silos, and yeah, like I think that's kind of an interesting challenge that might be important to get this data space initiative going forward, because there's lots of historical data that's useful, especially for creating AI solutions and stuff like that.
Well, I would say this is a complex question. So the one part of the answer is if we have a look at these big five, then yes, they might harvest a lot of the data in the silos, but this is mainly all this personal data stuff, and on the other hand side, data that is on their cloud services. So, for example, manufacturing, AWS, whatever system. And there are different approaches. In Europe, we have regulation and legislation, so like Data Governance Act, Data Act, and all those, so that we deal in the future in a different manner with personal data, but also with data from SMEs than before. So this is the one idea. The other idea is to come up with a competitive idea. So there is an option for a company not to join Amazon Web Services or not to go for Google Cloud, but do it differently. So the one answer is Gaia X, definitely. This is a European attempt to overcome it. On the other hand side, I think the idea of data spaces as such is the opportunity to come up with much more federated data ecosystems. So therefore we are on a good track. And the third, at least my third part of the answer is, this is not the problem, I would say. Not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that most of the data is not shared at all. So if it comes to business data, most of the data, so you know all the studies, so only 2% of the data is shared. So 98% of the data is not shared because companies do not dare to share data because they do not know what happens with it. So it is not with Google, Amazon, or whatever. It is in the basement of the companies. And we need to come up with mechanisms to, well, make them confident that everything is fine, they can share the data because we have a trustworthy infrastructure. And that is what we're setting up with these European value-based data spaces, so that the companies say, okay, I'm fine, I share data because I know what's happening throughout the whole value chain. This is the biggest challenge. And therefore, we do see that Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and so on, they are actively contributing to Gaia X, for example, to IDSA, because I think this is the true key for the future of data sharing. We need to enlarge the pool of data and not in the first fight the bad Americans or the bad Chinese, because I would say this is not the real problem.
No, I agree with that. I think that the main thing in order to get this like going at a higher speed is to actually make incentives for people to place the data in there. So otherwise, everything that you said, I agree fully with that. I think it's something to think about, like not necessarily solving the issue right now today.
Yeah, but the aspect of incentives is also very important that we need to keep in mind, and I think this needs to be solved in each data space domain specifically. So how can I motivate a company in the manufacturing domain to share more data in the health domain? So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because I honestly think that will get this thing going really quickly. If you get those incentives right, the business value is, I mean, it's obvious on the other side. But yeah, so yeah, thank you so much.
So now the discussion starts. Great.
Hello. Yeah. I'm a big fan of crowdsourcing and crowdfunding and so on. So I would like to ask you, what do you think about the crowdsourcing data in the context of data space, and what kind of role it plays at the moment, and do you think that it will play a bigger role in the future of developing the data spaces environment in the world? I know that there are many companies that develop apps where the data is generated from the citizens, for example, and so on and so on, but do you think that the citizens in the urban environment, if we talk if we talk about the urban data space, will play bigger and bigger role in the future, generating data with their cell phones or something else, or not really? That's basically the question. The role of the crowdsourcing data in the data space context.
I think the term of crowdsourcing in the context of data provisioning is for me a little bit, it sounds like a data lake idea. So therefore, I think this is, I think referring to what I said before, we do not, I think it's not the problem that we do not have enough personal related data. So if we look at these smart city scenarios and also some trailblazing countries like whatever, Estonia or the Netherlands, I think there's a lot of personal related data available. We need to solve a lot of problems there, but I think there can a lot be done. I think the true problem would be more with a business related data set, so which is with companies. Yeah, so Michael, you raise your hand for an immediate answer maybe.
Yeah, so excuse me for stepping in, and I hope you don't mind also to leave my 2 cents to this question, because that is the question. So what happens with the data spaces in the future, right? So at the first place, I'm a great believer that there will be just data spaces, or even one data space. Question, how many internets do you use? One. The technical implementation of data spaces or a data space will be commodity in the future. Nobody will pay a fee or something directly to the internet, to the data space implementation. So it will be just data space. I'm also a great believer that the data sinks, the data drains won't have a future, but just data spaces. And then there was another keyword you just introduced, Lars, and that is personal data or GDPR relevant data. So we have to be very much aware that whenever we collect data, very often it's GDPR relevant. And people are aware of that. They pay great attention to that, what's going on with their data, right? Though they share data like hell on Insta and wherever, but as soon as it's, let's say, related to business and steps into private affairs, they pay great attention. And The only way to deal with that in a very serious manner are data spaces. So I think it's not the question, will there be a future of data spaces? The question is, when are we going to start the future? So in terms of you, we start the future right here and right now.
Yeah, and thank you regarding the remark on GDPR and Data Governance Act, Data Act. So there are a lot of things regulated currently, how to deal with personal data. I also want to make the remark to My Data Global, which is an organization that we are working closely together with, who take care exactly of this idea of the data intermediaries. I think regarding personal data, we must assure us as citizens that nothing bad happens with the data, and the incentives. So we need services. So why the hell should I share my data if there is no service? So I live in Germany with number 19 when it comes to digitalization in Europe. So, well, it does not work at all. I read all the nice studies about Estonia, where you can conduct any process which is related with the public administration digitally. Well, okay, then I would love to share my data because they obviously solved the problem. But my personal remark. More questions?
I think we're exhausted after such a long day with packed program.
So then I would like to use the opportunity to say a really big thank you and give a big hand to Sylvia and to the whole GATE team for organizing this event. And not only the event, but also for trailblazing data space idea and philosophy here in Bulgaria and even beyond and in whole Europe. So it's great to have players like you by our side. So thank you for this. And also for all these people that were invisible. We made a photo, so I saw them before. So thank you for all the support also during the day. Let's give them a big hand. And it was a joint endeavor, so also the colleagues from IDSA head office have been supporting a lot, so also to you, thanks a lot for all the preparation. I think the Data Spaces Discovery Days are a success, well, we will promote the idea of data spaces a lot. Thanks a lot again to you. Yeah, then let's go to a guided walking tour through Sofia, or for a beer or a coffee or whatever. Thanks a lot. Have a great day. See you soon, and stay tuned with us. Thanks. Goodbye.